Councilmember Maria Cecilia Cruz. Councilmember Matias Gonzalez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Luis Cabrera,
Present.
Councilmember Gloria Torres, Councilmember Javier Vargas,
Present.
Councilmember Tadeo Azael de la Hoya, Mayor Nieves Raydel. Present. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to suspend the budget retreat?
So move. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Everybody that is in agreement signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 2B, discussion and review of any and all matters regarding the proposed City of San Luis fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. And the first presenter is Fire and Ambulance Chief Angel Ramirez.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Members of the Council, Fire Chief Angel Ramirez, with Fire Chief Enrique Lopez. Today, we're going to be talking about the fire department and ambulance. Most of our PowerPoint kind of got smaller because a lot of our items were purchased this year with the funds that were approved a couple of weeks back. So with that being said, we're going to start our presentation. The first part, we're going to be talking about some statistics. The next slide will be about an engine pumper, stipends, inspections, and an ambulance purchase. These are just some of the main statistics. We didn't put all of them, like community paramedicine. They do generate a run number, but we want to give you like the most important calls that we have, the calls for service. Last year we had 4,486 calls for service. Those are broken down to EMS calls, which were 3,716, public service 629, fire alarms 49, actual working fires 44, 10 hazmats, and then we threw in 38 of no incidents called. I want to make you aware, some people don't understand, we're so far away from the hospital. When we get a call for service to any residence, port of entry, just anywhere within city boundaries, it takes about 2 hours from when the call kicks out to that ambulance or gets back into service. We are probably the municipality that has more patient contact with our patients. You take the city of Yuma, when they get a call for service, they might spend maybe 2 to 3 minutes with their patients because they're so close to being to the hospital. We are participating in a pilot program with YRMC and our medical director, Dr. Franco. The reason they chose us was because we spend more time with our patients. We're looking at these protocols that are being currently used up north, and they're getting better outcomes. So we're using it here in San Luis. We are the only municipality in Yuma County that's in this program. We meet with Dr. Franco every quarter just to go over, some of those calls and what are the benefits that our residents are receiving. Right now, we are looking at that data, and it's actually it's looking really good. We're using different medications for different type of events. So I think it's looking fairly well, and hopefully we implement them across from the county. One of the things that will be changing here pretty soon, we got to get out of the mentality of being the San Luis Fire Department. We are coming into the new day and age of 80% of our calls are medical calls. If you look at the Valley and you look at their shirts in the back or with the department, they're all adding the medical part to there. They're the Avondale Fire Medical, Tempe Fire Medical and Rescue. That's something where we're going to be looking for, because one of the questions I was asked, and if you look at our website, one of the questions that's asked is why is there a fire truck coming to my house? I need an ambulance. Well, the good thing about the city of San Luis is that even if you have a fire truck responding to your house, they're all they all have CEPs, which is Certified Emergency Paramedic. That's an ALS vehicle. Every vehicle in the city of San Luis, including our administration vehicles, they're ALS. Every single one, which means, and I'll get to it, which means that if somebody's having a medical emergency, we have the capability of giving more treatment to these patients. So for example, there's no ambulances in the city of San Luis and you see that fire truck going to a call. It's like having an ambulance, a paramedic, or advanced life support, ALS. You will get the highest level of care. So I just want to make you aware of that because that's some questions that they always ask us. I'm not asking for a fire truck. I'm asking for an ambulance. Well, the more people that respond to your house, and right now, when somebody goes to an event, you get an ambulance and a fire truck. So that's at least 5 personnel and at least 2 to 3 paramedics, which is, unheard of. You get a lot of people to attend our patients. We also had last year, and I'll get a little bit more into that when we get to the stipends. We had last year about 800 refusals, meaning they call 911 and they just want to, get checked out. They want to get transported. So I didn't add that into the statistics, but calls are increasing about, range between 3 to 4%. Also, one of the things I want to let you guys know is about 30 to 35% of our calls for service come to the port of entry. That's like a lot of our calls that we have going to the port. So with the port that's going to be under construction here for the next 5 years, we're going to be working really close with Pencil Phelps with trying to work with them to see how we're going to expedite, because we work under time constraints. The faster we get to a call, the better for us. We have to meet deadlines or times, which 90% of the calls, we have to be there in 5 minutes, 95% in 10, and 100% in 20 minutes. That's DHS. So that's something that those are the statistics that we're looking at. So the next slide, we're asking for an engine pumper, and that's different from a ladder truck. The cost of this engine is $880,000. It's a steep price. Talking to Pierce, which they're the manufacturers of these engines, from the time of purchase to the time of delivery, it's about 30 months. The current truck that we have, and we only have one engine pumper and a backup truck. The current truck that we have was bought in 2015. So we purchased one of the engine pumpers this year. By the time we receive that, truck's gonna be 12 years old. Talking to finance and talking to our staff, that truck that we currently have, it's a nice truck, but we budgeted $50,000 for our vehicle maintenance. That truck has taken up $50,000 in maintenance just this year. And that's not the only truck we have. We have that ladder truck that's 20, and I'm going to talk about that ladder truck. The ladder truck that we have is 22 years old, and it's working. But remember, we purchased one back about a couple years back, which is going to get delivered June 21st. But that's going to go out to the east side. We've been using that old it's a telescope, but we call it a ladder truck. Sometimes in place of our engine because it's out of service.
Please continue.
Our backup truck that we had, and I want to thank Fleet, Logio, and Manny staff. The backup truck that we have actually transmission blew. We just replaced it. Cost us $10,000. So we need to look at actually buying this engine pumper. We talked to city admin and finance about how we can purchase this. There are financing options, which gives us a leverage of, since it's going to take 3 years for it to deliver, we can, put some funding this year or this coming fiscal year, and then some for the second half, the next fund, and then we'll take the third part. So we don't have to give the $880,000 like right now. And with the city growing, we need this vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
I got a question. Yeah, I'm going to, you brought up that you can start making, you can do it in 2 payments. Would it be possible to do the contract with a down payment and then make monthly payments? So when the time arise for the truck to be ready and then it will not be.
Yeah, we talked to finance and the bank that works with Pierce. And they said there's other ways. Usually what they do, it's either like what we did with our ladder truck that's gonna get delivered in June. We put half of it at the beginning of the year and then half when it gets delivered. But like I said, you can actually do 3 payments. It's 3 years or 3 fiscal years. It's whatever the city decides. And I pushed that information to finance. So well, whatever you guys decide is what we can do if you guys want to fund this project.
I have another question about
Yes.
this. Will the price change if?
No, that's it. And that's a good question. And that, talking to Pierce, they did say if we purchase it, July 1st, there will be an increase in August or September with the motor of 15 to 20%. So he said, if you purchase it in July, that price stays, that's the quote that we have, that price stays. Now, if we don't purchase it this year and then we say, let's purchase it next year, and then we have 30 months on that, you're talking 4 years, and we won't see another truck for about 4 more years. So no, that number stays. And this is where I'm gonna spend most of my time is the stipends. This is something that I worked with finance since last year. Currently, the stipend for a certified paramedic is $2.15. We're asking for an 85-cent increase in the stipend, which will bring it to $3 an hour. We need to retain and recruit CDPs. This is not just the city of San Luis. We've been working with human resources. Last month, every last Thursday of the month, all the Yuma County fire officers meet, and we had the Arizona fire chief president come, which he's the city of Scottsdale fire chief, Tom Shannon. And he came and talked to us, what do we need in Yuma County? And everything is recruit and retention. And I let Ralph know that up in the valley, in the next 2 years, the whole Valley Fire Department, they're gonna need 500 paramedics. So talking to Chief Shannon, like he said, we really don't want to pluck from, because it's a domino effect. If they go to the Valley, where are they gonna pick them from? He said, we really don't want to get them from Yuma County, Mojave, from where, but if they apply, we're gonna have to get them. We're gonna take them. So that's why it was an eye-opening for us. If the Valley's gonna be hiring 500, even right now, they're graduating the academy. City of Yuma is not hiring them. Somerton's not hiring them. Rural's not hiring. Where are they going? They're leaving the county. They're not staying here. So right now, let me just give you a timeline as to how long it takes for us to have a paramedic from we send them to school. It takes 12 months. Those 12 months after they finish, they got to take a test. They got to take the National Registry. Once they get the National Registry, then we put him, the city of San Luis puts him through a precepting class. Because we don't, I'll tell you, and this is something that I was thinking last night, being in that back of an ambulance, and I'm gonna sound very cliche, when somebody calls 911, more than likely, they're having a bad day. And I don't know how many times you guys have called 911, but not many. But when you call, somebody's having a bad day. I'll tell you, being in the back of that ambulance by yourself is scary. Because you need to know what you're gonna be doing. Obviously, we have to show, I'm gonna say that we have the best personnel in Yuma County. I can't tell you, and I told you before, right now in the city of San Luis, we have 3 of our paramedics are actually nurses too. They work at the knee hospital, they work at YRMC, they're nurses. That's the type of personnel that we have here. The director for the fire academy actually works for the city of San Luis. We have great employees. But it takes from when we send somebody to school and they get certified and they're on their own in the back of an ambulance, making decisions, critical decisions, about 15 to 16 months. So if they start plucking them away from us and we got to send them to school, we do have which prior administrations, we came up with a scholarship. We sent them to school, they gotta give us 2 years after they get certified. It's very, like I said before, it's challenging because we are the municipality that spends the most time with our patients in the back, probably about 40 to 45 minutes. And I'll tell you, when you have a baby in respiratory distress, cardiac arrest, and you gotta be making decisions like, does this person have rails, fluid in his lung, or is it wheezing? You gotta know which one, which procedure you're gonna use, because if you pick the wrong one, then now you gotta get out of it. And sometimes, but I can tell you, we train, especially in EMS, like I said, 80% of our calls are emergency medical services. We train a lot. The cost for this program for the general fund is gonna cost $72,053.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. The ambulance is gonna cost us $49,127 for a total of $121,180. I don't wanna say only because it is a lot of money, but it's something that we need to invest. And I've been a proponent of sending him to school education, because it's very important for our staff to be trained and for our resident. When somebody calls 911, you need to bring your A game anytime. So 122,000 doesn't seem a big expense, but I'll leave it up to council and I'll make it quick. This is the best. This is inspections. I talked to city admin about this. Yesterday, we talked about what we can do to increase revenue. We conduct about 1,200 inspections a year. And these are new inspections from new businesses to new childcare providers that need an inspection. We don't charge anything. City of Yuma charges $50 for an inspection. City of Somerton charges $25. I proposed $35 to do an inspection, which would create about $42,000 in revenue. It's not a lot, but if I understand water rates were increased, but it's not, I want to say what we do is it's not free. I mean, we use the wear and tear of our vehicles. We use ambulances, we use our rescue truck, we use the fire truck, we use fuel. If this is something you guys want me to proceed with, that's why I'm bringing it up to council. I'll proceed. If this is something you guys want to, come to my office and talk about it more, I am all for it. But I think this is something we can take a look at because I don't know why we haven't been charging. That's something that was brought up to me. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'll bring it up to council.
It should be considered. And it should be in building permits. That way it's not like we'll pay later.
And I believe that's how the other municipalities do it. When they come and put their permits or they come and get their business licenses, that's where it comes, because that's where we get our I believe when they come with their business license, they call us like, hey, the fire department needs an inspection, we need an inspection from the fire department. That's how they're doing it. But we still do it, but we're not charging anything for that. So just food for thought. I moved to that. Yes, sir.
Is there a restriction on how you can use those fees?
I believe would be up to us how we can do it. This ambulance purchase, I'm gonna talk just a little bit about. It is a new ambulance, but this is the one you guys that council approved back in February. The reason I'm putting it now is because you remember we had that accident that happened in December. We needed an ambulance because right now we have one backup ambulance. We needed to purchase one. This is an ambulance that you guys purchased I brought to council and it was approved back in February. It was supposed to be delivered by June 30th and it's not. The reason is there's a recall on the chassis. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will not let it out of Medics, which is the company they're at, until the recall is, gone. So talking to the vendor, they're like, it's not gonna make it to June 30th. It's not gonna be here. So he says more than likely you might see it August, September. He apologized. I told Monica, that's why I'm putting it here, because it's gonna come in the new fiscal year. That's why You know, it's nothing that we can do, nothing that the vendor could do. It's just, there's a recall and the last ambulance that we purchased, there was a recall on the wiper blade and they wouldn't release it. It took a month and then they released it. It really, yeah. The last thing, am I almost done? No. The last thing.
Okay, we'll give you extra 5 minutes. We started late. How's that?
Our goal for fiscal year 24 is to train and recruit the best firefighters around. We will be committed to bringing and sending our personnel to trainings to better serve the community and protect our firefighters from any diseases, exposures, and fireground incident. I'm gonna kind of echo what Eulogio said yesterday, and I'm sure it's gonna be everybody, is staff is our biggest asset. You know, we need to take care of our staff. We are big proponents of training every day. Our personnel trains in EMS and fire. We have to be, you know, when somebody calls 911, we need to know that our personnel knows to me, I want to say they're the best firefighters in Yuma County and in the state. Why do they want to take them? You know, we lost a couple of our firefighters just not too long ago one to the base and one to the city of Yuma. You know, that's gonna continue happening, but you know, I think we've worked in the past years, and we're gonna be continuing to work to get to the right to what monetary that they have to be. Right now, like I said, we're creating the Zero to Hero Academy. I think it's great. I think the community is gonna like it if it's that pilot program that we're doing with the city of Yuma, Somerton, and rural. If it works, we're gonna continue doing it. One of the things I enjoyed is you guys went to the walk at San Luis High School to look at their CTE program. Well, we're very involved with the EMS portion with Kim at the high school. We go every week, once a week, every Tuesday, and we train and we see what the students are doing. We just hired a couple of those students that graduated. They're here working for the San Luis Fire Department. That's what we want. You know, especially they're from San Luis, keep them here in San Luis because they're not going to go. Hopefully they don't go anywhere. They stay here within the community. Just a couple things more. June 16th, Merrill Development told us that that's when they're gonna finish the fire station, but without a generator. The generator is not gonna be in until October. So we're holding them to June 16th. Hopefully by the first week or so of July, we have the fire station up and running out east. And June 21st, the ladder truck that we bought back a couple years back is gonna be delivered. And that's it. Do you guys have any questions for me on?
Questions?
How does the fire department compare to other departments in the county in regards to pay and schedule?
Pay and schedule?
Yes.
Okay, at the schedule, we work the same department, the same schedule. We have the same exact, if right now, B crew's working, B crew in Yuma and Somerton is working, it's the same. Except the bases. The bases work different. They only have 2 crews, so they work every other day. That's why they make a little bit more money because they're working more days. But as for the schedule, it's the same. As for pay, City of Yuma's paramedics may have a bigger stipend than us. And yeah, the City of Yuma firefighters make more money than the City of San Luis in stipends. And in their base pay, yes.
Hourly base, not the hour, what's it?
It's about $2 more in the city of Yuma and about 85, how much? So about $1.80, city of Yuma, it's just their base and in salary about 85 cents in stipends for paramedics.
So with the proposed increase, would we match the paramedic stipend from the city of Yuma, or is that an additional 85 cents?
For the stipend increasing to 85 cents, the paramedic stipend will be about 15 cents more than the city of Yuma.
Anybody else?
Mayor, I would like to send forward or to charge that $35 fee. So you guys So sorry. Yes, I would like to, have this $35 fee for inspection. I think that's wonderful. Thank you for bringing that up. I think we need that. You guys bringing those ideas because you guys are the professional, you guys know what everybody else charges. And we need to be on top of that. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I got a question. About dollars and cents. Since they come up with the idea, and I think it's an excellent idea, thank you for supporting this, Maria. Even if this money goes to the general fund and it goes directly to the fire department, so they can keep on top on every time that they need to raise their wages, is that possible? What's the part?
That is a very good question, and it's not the first time that I have, not just from fire, also from police. Like I mentioned yesterday, the general fund is the largest fund, and the fund that we rely on for the basic services that we provide to the city, not just police and fire, but parks, public works, streets, development services. If we start like piecing and separating, it's gonna be more challenging for us to address the needs that we have. It will be ideal, but the general fund is not run as an enterprise fund. So that's why it is more efficient to do the economies of scale with that fund rather than start piecemealing.
It makes sense. Anybody else? No, thank you, Chief. Great presentation.
Our next presenter is Police Department, Miguel Alvarez, Interim Chief of Police.
Morning, council members. Try to go as best as possible, but I do have a lot of stuff to cover to make it clear to everyone, basically, the needs of what the department is actually doing to increase public safety within the city. First, like we have in front of you, that one gives you a complete number from all the way from 2017 to 2022 of the community events that we participate. Community events that we track are those that we are asked to participate on or that we initiate. We have a system in our department where it helps us track all that. We just implemented that at the beginning of this year, where every time the schools or any community event is up there, we identify if it's a community event, sponsor event, or a community and city event sponsor, or just a city event. So as it is, it's total 55 for the year. There might be some there that didn't make the list, but that we did participate, just they were just not recorded. But as you can see, we have increased events as we move on throughout the years, right? Because I guess there's a lot more need and a lot more events and engagement with the community. And that's just what happens. Following slide is just photographs of some of the things that we've been involved throughout the county and within the city. We have a tip a cop with FEMEX that recently happened, the community forum, which the assistant city manager was there. That was the first one in the city or for the police department, and a bunch of other little events that go send staff into the schools and other community agencies around the city. The next slide is going to show you most recent promotions and things that have been occurring within the department. One of them being one police sergeant promotion that was Detective Lara promoted to police sergeant. One record supervisor after our record supervisor that was here for almost 25 years left. She got married. She didn't like some changing lifestyle is or her life. 3 police detectives that were put into the investigation section, brought over. From patrol to the investigation section. 1 police motor officer who didn't make the first run of the motor school, but he maintain his consistency, trained very hard, and went ahead and graduated the top motor school in the state, which that's run by the Department of Public Safety, not at all an easy school. Pretty challenging. And one police canine officer that was, we were able to get another police canine awarded through us through grant funding of up to $15,000. So that was zero cost to the city. So we were able to work that out and get that canine, because the ones that we have, 2 of them had to be retired because of medical reasons. They're like athletes, basically. We use them all day, they train all day, and they age or get injured pretty fast. After 8 years, you pretty much gotta start looking, or actually retiring that. 6 years, you're looking into retirement. About that's if they don't lose the teeth of their training or actually biting someone. Okay, so they take a toll. And when they retire, because you want to know, they do go to the canine officer if he or she wants them, or we contact an organization that deals with that and finds them a good home. Okay, to retire to. New hires, we had 2 traffic enforcement officers, and those vacancies were out there for a very, very long time. We were just able to get those candidates here. There's going to be a slight pay increase. We transit enforcement officers that is going to come across, not just because of the pay increase that is being looked at, but because of the revenues that is being produced through meter enforcement. The pay meters around the city. 2 animal control officers, so we're fully staffed in the animal control unit. 1 lateral police officer. That was Detective Javier Munoz, the lateral to us from the city of Welton, and had retired from the city of San Luis as a captain and interim chief a few years back. 1 evidence technician, so we were able to staff that position once the pay become more competitive. And 1 administrative coordinator to help out with the body-worn camera program and evidence and the overall logistical unit of the police department, which keeps track of all of the equipment, radios, computers, vehicles, and I just a whole bunch of stuff, but also works as a secondary person inside of the evidence room, property and evidence room, because we don't want the same experience that we had for years, that evidence, property and evidence person leaves, and we have to pull staff from patrol or detectives to fill in. And it takes a lot of time to train them to get good at it, because we don't want any evidence going missing or things just to be out of control. New vehicles, we were able to get 13 new Ford F-150 pickup trucks after a 2-year waiting period. We have them here now. 2 police 4 expeditions that we were able to get for unmarked administrative use. That's for 2 lieutenants, 1 in the administration division, and 1 for the support services division, which oversees investigations and the property and evidence. That was allow us to alleviate some of our newer vehicles on 4 Rangers that we purchased that were trickled down basically to the detective section, and we were able to keep spare vehicles, some of the old Fusions that we have there. We recently repaired, I believe, it's a transmission on one of those escapes that we have. So they're fading off, they're dying out, basically, some of the vehicles that we have in our fleet.
Chief,
Yes.
for police cadets, question. Do they get paid?
The police cadets, they do get paid at a $18 an hour grade. They're not considered police officers. However, whenever they're there, we count them as police officers because they're under that funding. And they'll promote a police officers once they graduate the police academy, and their probationary period will begin at that point. Currently, it's 1 year probation.
Anybody has any questions?
And a lot of the stuff that we're doing at the P, we're trying to save money to the city. So that right now we're working the academy and all of our local agencies we are working with Arizona at Work, and they really help pay for their equipment, clothing, and the academy fees. To some part, which I believe it only cost the city about $3,000, but they get reimbursed a lot. This time around, we're fortunate because one of those cadets, it's somebody from our department that went from transit enforcement to police cadet, and they actually got refunded all of the equipment expenses. All the equipment means just stuff that they need for the academy. Everything else will come out of our pocket once they're factory. So one police multi-purpose vehicle, that's the big van that you see out there. Why is that van very important? Because it serves the purpose of us fulfilling community events. We do have a program that's sponsored by Campesinos Sin Fronteras and their Thrive program, which gives us the money, $10,000 every summer to bring the youth out of the community here, take them to that police experience, take them out to field trips, and we're able to move them safely in a vehicle instead of having to find one or two other vehicles and take them to different experiences that they were exploring experiences that they need to go to, so they need that full experience throughout the summer. It's kind of like a summer camp per se, but it's part of the Police Explorer program, which we have active that goes year round. Aside from that, that vehicle also helps us to transport evidence in a safer manner, meaning in an enclosed manner, instead of having to hunt around for a pickup truck to send it out, and we are able to better escort and transport that evidence for destruction at the DA office here in Yuma. I'm on using it for taking personnel out to trainings whenever there's more than one person. Maybe four, they can just go on that one vehicle instead of having to use their vehicles that we use here on a daily basis and risk it breaking down or just giving access miles stuff. So just overall helping to protect our fleet as well. So that's a lot for us. It will go a lot. This slide is officer contact calls. If you can see from 2015 till 2022, those are the increases. This last year was 33,236 calls that an officer went and actually made contact with someone. That's only 45 officers that we have at the police department. Give or take the vacancies that we have currently, there's 6. Before that, we had about 8. And that's what they're doing every day. Okay, to try to make San Luis actually the safest city. We are. And we've always been top. Not number 1, but we've been pretty close to that. Never below 10. Community center, comm centers, the communication center calls received, that's the calls that come in through our dispatch center, a CPAC center. And that's, as you can see, is 102,157 calls that came in. That's a lot of calls. That's what our dispatchers, currently they're sitting at 9, I believe. Dispatchers, we have 2 vacancies, very, very hard position to staff. That's what they're getting every day. Not including, well, it's including actually the 911 hangups or 911 calls that we get when traffic gets backed up and everything else they gotta be. And everything else that the officers initiate. So 102,000 calls. That's what they got that year. So you see it's a significant increase. The community is growing and the need is there. And I'll talk about a little bit more of what we have planned as a police department as an expansion project for next fiscal year to start introducing for our dispatch center to try to make it grow or widen it so we can start adding more room for the next 5 to 10 years going forward. Probably won't look into adding an investment until about 3 to 4 years. Right now, we can still handle things. We just need to hire more personnel. And I'll probably be requesting not this year, the next year, for additional 2 dispatchers so we can plan for that growth appropriately. And we have staff there to handle also a little bit more efficiently. Demographics. Here, the current population estimate is 1,160. That's straight out of the City of San Luis website, okay, not the USM. I got it from the San Luis City website. The average daily port of entry crossings, this is from the port director, is 10,000 vehicles coming into the US and 9,000 plus leaving the US on a daily basis. Okay, that's why you see that long lines. With that, it requires officers to stay vigilant to try to reduce crime and traffic accidents throughout the city and keeping them very, very busy. What we use here is the approach called a per capita approach. And my professional research is not the best approach to use, but it's the one that is given throughout the FBI recommended. There's actually 3 of them that I'm looking into. And the department is looking to getting an assessment, more adequate assessment for you all, not this year, but following fiscal year. So we can look at the numbers in a more realistic way. The three approaches are predetermined approach, which determines how many people we have working, and it basically just uses the judgment of a supervisor to say, you know what, I think we need more officers in the PD because we are getting more calls, or we have more time in this other area. Instead of doing the per capita approach where we currently estimated 1.8 officers for every 1,000 residents. I was conservative on that because the FBI actually uses anywhere from 1.8 to 2.6. That's why I went with the low range. And the other approach, the authorized budgeted approach, which is something the city council authorizes our forces, you know what, now we feel that you need 5 officers instead of the 20 that might be necessary. That's one other approach. The other approach that I am going to be looking more seriously is the workload approach. How much work are we considering, which takes some research. They look at data. Aside from the data, they look at some other areas within our department to identify the need of how many officers based on the amount of work that is being produced and the work that is being asked of for the officers. That's the one that I'm going to be looking at throughout the year to give you guys a better gauge of the needs and numbers going next 5 years. Again, you see a number there, 1.8 times 44,963 residents equals 81 officers. LSOPD current sworn numbers are 45. 5-year police officer hiring objective, that's the objective for the police department, is 36. And what are we doing to ensure that we meet those objectives? We are currently applying for federal grants and state grants to allow us to bring more officers on board. But at least if we get awarded, it's going to give us a 3-year period for us to hire, and they'll be paid basically a large percentage of that without really hitting these pockets that hard. So we're actively and proactively looking in ways to help the city achieve this goal as fast as possible. And I'll finish in my time. Sorry.
Just before you move on, Chief, if you go back to the slide. I realize that the officers needed are 81 officers, but the resident population count is 44,000, nearly 45,000 residents. How did that number come up?
Well, I just times it 1.8 times 44 times.
Yeah, no, but I mean, according to the 2022 census data, what's our population?
The official population is about 35,000 and change. You have to remember that we were probably undercounted. There are projections, and different organizations have different projections. We're thinking we're more in the 40,000.
I remember, Vice Mayor, I did mention that number I got straight out of the city website on the estimate that the city has.
Thank you.
And this one has 38,000.
Yeah, that's why I did 33,000 right now, and then the total officers decreased by like 20, so that's why it's a very different number on the book, on the presentation. So I guess the booklet makes us look a little bit less.
The official is 35,000. That's what we're supposed to be counting. But if you take a look at the organization at the state level that does the projections, their projections are more closely like 40,000, 38, 40,000. But long story, is the projection change.
40,000 more.
Yeah.
And our growth last year was 7%. It gives you an idea how we're growing.
Before I move on to the slide, I did make a note just for reference. I think the city manager might be a little bit more aware of this, but where I'm trying to contact and the resources that I'm using are through the International City and County Management Association and through their Center for Public Safety and Management. That's the source or the agencies the entity that I'm gonna be contacting and working throughout their research to try to identify what is actually recommended based on the workflow. Okay, so it's something that's legitimate research, legitimate context, to ensure that we're actually asking going forward.
Thank you.
So grant revenue increases, again, as you can see, we started increasing how much money we're asking from the federal government, 2023, it's over 1.2 million. And just think about that, we're really using all that overtime money, okay? With only 40 officers. Foreign staff within the department and dispatchers that work that overtime particularly. But aside from that, the operational overtime, as we can see, we're coming up with 400,000. So you can add the 400,000 to this. So officers are really getting to work out there, being very proactive. We're doing more than most larger agencies are doing, which is funny. So that's why when we ask for more personnel, we're serious about it because people get burned out and we're really considerate for their wellness and then and wanting to retain it. But we lose officers because they say I haven't spent time with my family. It's creating a hardship for them. So the next slide gives you an overview of the 2023-2025 multi-year strategic plan. This is a snapshot of something that I'm finishing up. But basically, we're focusing on strengthening public trust and department legitimacy through better communication flow with us, you, and the community. Promote staff training and education. That's continuously ongoing, making sure that we will be more efficient and continue to train our officers well. Build a safer community. We're implementing different types of strategic patrols or policing methods. Right now, we incorporated what's called DBAC, data-driven. I just went blank. Approach to crime and traffic safety. That's the model that I introduced most recently that I'm pushing out there so we can help us minimize crime, deter crime, and reduce traffic collection throughout the city. And again, lastly, improve staff and wellness and safety, as I just mentioned. That basically, this is just what we thought as a department that is important to us to help us achieve those goals that I actually provided to the city manager initially as to what I wanted to make sure I was able to do with the department within this year. The other one is budget increase are for 3 police officers. We went from 9 to 3 police officers that I had requested. 1 police administrator. You won't see that there, but I also requested 4 police records clerks. We do have a body cam program. We haven't been able to fully deploy the body cams because it requires a lot of work. There's redaction to do, and we're getting right now 30 requests for body cam footage, and we don't have any body cams pushed out. It usually goes 4 times that request initially for an agency within the first 6 months of it actually on that program. We're preparing, doing our policies to make sure they're the best policies possible. We're preparing to make sure that our officers and supervisors are very well trained in how to use the body cameras so they can reduce litigation or any civil issues within the community and actually use them to the benefit of the police department and the city. And so citizens know that we're recording and that we're being honest about what we're doing. Yes, sir.
On those clerks, is that because they work 24-hour shifts or do you need 4 working the day shifts towards it?
Well, the reason we need 4 is because currently we only have 2 clerks and 1 supervisor. And the city has already exceeded the demands for report processing and everything else. With us adding the body cam program, they were actually short 1 person, which we didn't get. An administrative coordinator that was going to go into records. The person that it'll be below the supervisor, because again, the supervisor leaves, there's nobody retaining that institutional knowledge to take on that role. We want to prepare our association in case the person's leaving. But right now, those 4 will just be able to handle the workload that's going to come across because of the body camera program and of all the current existing needs within the record section. We'll be fortunate that we have the National Guard there. We had about 2 people assigned to them to just help them put a lot of the records convert them into PDF formats and put them in wirelessly, basically, or online. Right now, we have two, one police cadet and a transit enforcement officer that are on light duty. Their records are helping them out. So that's why we're making it. But if we didn't have that, you would find yourself walking into a record section with piles and piles of boxes and stacks of tickets. And it's just an inefficient way of doing things, because if we don't have our records in line, community will get their reports on time and we'll miss a lot of the stuff. We won't be able to report to the federal government and the state accurate crime statistics. So there's a lot that comes into play in the record section, as it does in a lot of our units and sections. Did that answer your question, sir?
Not really. I was asking, do the clerks work 24-hour shifts or they work 8 to 5 jobs?
Well, oh, sorry.
That's what I was asking.
They work 4 10s, but we have them working Monday to Friday.
And it's Friday, 4 times. Yes. But during the day, you know.
During the day, yes. Weekend holidays.
Yeah.
For the most
I guess that's a good question. It's not like someone could come in at 10 o'clock at night and say, I want to speak to the clerk. I mean, they have
No.
an hour time day.
Okay. So four clerks. 4 detective stipends. This is projecting that we'll rehire more people during this year, because right now I had to pull one of my detectives went back to patrol. We only have 3 detectives, 1 sergeant, and a lieutenant running that entire support services division. We hope that as we hire people, my goal is for December, we can have our staffing levels the way we want it. At least to be able to accommodate some of the overtime needs and reduce some of that. Field training officers for stipends, we do have ongoing improvement. We started to go field training officers, at least that stipends, we continue training those officers within the period that they're in field training. Standby pay, that's given to the police detectives, phlebotomists, which are the officers that draw blood on DUI cases. The communication supervisor, which we have one on standby all the time in case something goes wrong. And a lieutenant that's on call to be able to take command in case of something serious happening, especially now coming with Title 42 coming to an end. This is more than ever more important. Make sure they're managing any humanitarian or crisis that we might face. Uniforms were requested at $6,800 increase just because of uniform increases, and we need to ensure that some of our investigation staff are dressed appropriately when they go to court as well, and represent as well. Vehicle equipment and supplies, we requested $20,000, and that's because we have to get our radar certified and calibrated on a yearly basis, among other pieces of equipment that we have. Vehicle maintenance went up $5,000, just to adjust for the increase in costs and repairs. The AV fleet that we have currently, we have a patrol vehicle that needs a new engine. That'll be about $5,800. We're making the decision if it's even worth it or not, because the engine goes out, then the transmission goes out. We're up at about 10 grand. And that vehicle's been out of service for almost 7 months now. We have $9,000 on equipment maintenance. This is again just for the increased cost of equipment and maintenance. I think I already covered that one. Software support, $128,433 increase from the Yuma Regional YCS. Basically, that's the consortium we're at that deals with all of our radio communication and CAD systems and things like that within our departments, and also supports fire too. Updating the Brazos software, which is our automatic ticketing services that we added on to the body cam program, which are features that were not first available or sold to us when we made the decision to purchase the body cam program or purchase the body cameras. Contractual services, $139,290 for contractual services. That would include additional funding needed to contract traffic control services and purchase additional flock safety LPR cameras. That's the license plate readers that we have across the city. They really help a lot to deter and detect stolen vehicles. And any other vehicle that might be wanted for a particular crime, because it just records that plate, takes a picture, and even a picture of the driver, depending on the angle. That has helped us here in Yuma County and in other areas identify suspects relatively quickly, especially reduce the vehicles that are being stolen within our area. As far as the traffic control services, we're asking so we can pay a private company to come in and help us with traffic control, the port of entry. Construction is gonna add on the demands, and we wanna have officers out on the streets, transit enforcement's out there doing their job, less of just the traffic control. So we can help minimize those traffic accidents and make people a lot safer as they're transitioning, they go outbound. Office equipment and 19,700, additional funds requested for staff and additional office space included. And some of that money has already been provided to us, so that amount is reduced, I think, by 10,000. So in essence, it's about 9,000. Talking about previous CIP projects, things that we got the vehicles and some other things that we had requested in previous years. Currently, the only thing that we have is the police expansion, which will not even be brought back on the table until fiscal year 2025. 2024. 25 for construction, 24 for us to go to bid and get our situated, prepare. And patrol vehicles that we're asking for next year, this 2024 is 2 patrol vehicles, 4 Explorers, fully equipped, and 2 motorcycles, 2 Harley Davidson motorcycles. We did apply for a grant with the Arizona Governor's Office of Safety. And hopefully we get those grant monies to purchase those Harleys, so that's money that's going to be, again, we'll see.
I have a question on the amount of request for the purchase of vehicles. It's 137,000.
And your workbook, I think there's a,
It looks a little bit off for the number of vehicles you're requesting.
They gave us some right now this fiscal year. So we were able to purchase the 2 Expeditions and the van this year. So that's actually just the cost for the 2 Ford Explorers. And then the motorcycles is the second.
Yeah, because it looks a little bit off.
yes, and your workbook and didn't get updated, so that's why.
It has the same information for the 5-year plan as well.
Yeah, within that.
Now, we're sorry for that. We did provide some of that information already, but it's just generic. Call it a typo. So, questions? Anyone, there are no questions really. Some of the future projects, again, is the expansion on dispatch. That's what we're planning for the next 5 to 10 years. What are we trying to do as well, working with city legal and city manager's office is trying to increase DUI fees. In case somebody gets arrested for a DUI, for example, there's investigation fees that we're not charging, have to start charging those investigation fees. It could be anywhere up to 2,400. You get arrested for DUI. We really got to talk to the city prosecutor, city attorney and all that to try to situate, but that's something we're working. We're working on the traffic accident reports to make sure that we're actually billing the insurance companies the right amount, not $5. We're maybe bill them up to $24. That's what the highest price is across Arizona. And I have a research done already. We did the research on that and I was provided with a spreadsheet, some of the local fees for those. So those are things that we're looking into bringing in fiscal year 2024, hopefully council again. And another one is a false alarm program, which also it'll bring some revenue to the city as well for all those false alarms that officers have to respond to and make people a little more responsible in keeping their alarm systems up to date. Aside from that, questions?
Yes, it's kind of hard to follow. And I've been noticing since yesterday, the book is different. You guys' presentations are different. The amended program, it's been kind of hard to follow. So the Harleys, they're not nowhere here, right?
The workbook, they should be there.
They're there, but it's just got cut off and the amount is incorrect. It says purchase of 5 fully marked equipped Ford, 4 fully F4. But that's one van and then Harley Davidson motorcycle for you cut up. That's part of that 137, which doesn't, that's what it is. Okay.
So the PowerPoint, actually, I think it's probably the most accurate number for the Harley. That's the 2 Harleys with all the equipment and everything. So one of the 3 things you have, I
No, well, I mean, so we got this.
know.
And I did identify that earlier.
And now. So how many officers do you have? You have 30,
We have 45,
45, so even if we go to the. Yeah, 45, so we still with the 1.8 and the census figure is down. 13 officers, right? Today.
no,
Which figure are you? That's what I'm saying, if we go to the census figure, which is 35,000, would be down, you are down. 15 officers today.
I would have to do the math. If you did it, I will trust that in your math.
Now, it's-
18 officers. Yeah.
and you have 77 8 sergeants on the books, 7 here, and then you're requesting an extra 2. So how many do you have today and how
I have
many?
8 sergeants and I'm requesting 2 more to have 10. Why am I doing that? Because we want to open up swing shifts to avoid having officers work 14 hours at times. And aside from that, if there is a particular, everybody in 1 week has to accumulate 8 hours of overtime, mandatory, because the way our schedule has always been.
So right now,
By adding the swing shift, it kind of will balance things out, but we're gonna have sufficient cover. It'll provide for officers to have more time to rest and recuperate, and for us to manage more the needs of the city as they continue to go. That's the whole concept behind us bringing 2 more sergeants and hopefully getting to the level that we can have those 2 swing shifts by December, depending on people graduating the academy and us hiring laterals
so
or,
go to patrol
and we'll go to patrol, yes.
and you have a not funded, so you're getting a police administrator, but I see that the police commander is not funded. Why is that?
Well, there has to be some trade-offs. I know the city has to be able to meet the budget. So at this point, I do need the police commander, like the fire chief needs an assistant chief. But I think we have to sacrifice some of the things for the greater good. And then that's the reason why we did that. The police administrator is very much needed. That's why I was really coming to do that. As you can see, I have an admin coordinator, one of those functions, and in your experience, you know that is quite a task.
Oh, no, that's why I understand that part. That's why I'm asking, so why the police commander is funded? Like you said, there's an assistant chief, an assistant parks and rec director, an assistant public works director.
He chose to take that money and apply it to the records clerks.
The record clerks.
Yeah. We're taken by the city council, the mayor would like to give us a police commander. Welcome.
I'll find the $30 million.
But yeah, no, but thank you for bringing that up. I mean, it is a priority for us, but we have to give something. Yeah.
Everybody's making, Tadeo, everybody has been asked one by one to make sacrifices. That's the only way that we can continue. And I know and I understand, I'm the type A that would like to have everything yesterday, but being realistic is impossible. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. And let me pitch again, is a president, not as a mayor, if we really want all these services and have money enough to cover every single need from the city so they can give us the services that we demand. We're not even ask anymore, we demand, we need a property tax. And I'm talking as a resident, okay? I want it in the record. We want services, we demand services, we want the ambulance to be there 5 minutes before we call, we want a policeman to be there when we pick up the phone. Sometimes we don't have them available. It's sad, but it's true. So let's work as residents to make this happen. Then next year retreat is going to be rosy pink.
No, it'll be the same.
Yeah, the lead will keep going.
All I hope is another 1.8 million.
To clarify things, I asked Monica to bring you and list all the CIP items.
Just summarized. We will give them after the break.
Okay, good. Anything else?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Council members, I just wanted to make the public record clear. It kind of sounded like to me that, it came across and it might, for those not here in person, that the police record supervisor that left us didn't like San Luis. And nothing could be further from the truth. She dedicated 25 years of her life. I tried to coach her when I was between secretaries and she was too attached to the police department. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. I know that she didn't intend it to sound that way, but it may have come across that way.
You said that it's not because she didn't like it.
She probably loved. Yeah, that's it.
It's English for that, but
Thanks, you.
Now, our next presenter is Planning and Zoning Department, Mr. Jose Guzman, Director of Planning and Zoning.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. Just to touch bases on the census numbers, as Katie mentioned, the census 2020 was 35,000. They released an estimate for 2021, which was about 39,000. We use the methodology that they use based on the building permits and the size. And we're probably about right now close to 39,000, but they're using the 35 as a base number, which is already low. So we're gonna start the presentation. We currently have 10 team members and we have 2 vacant positions. Our goal continues to be providing customer service and protecting the welfare and safety of the public and the employees. This year we have issued 204 new homes permits and collected about over 1.8 million in fees. This includes impact fees. We have done over 5,000 inspections. We'll be hosting events on the day of the month of May for the Building Safety Month. On the permitting process, we were looking into options on requesting a complete new software for the permitting part and having the service of residents making a permit through the website and doing electronic plan review. So we look into options, but based on the compatibility limitations that we have with the current software, the options were about 400,000 over in cost. So we look into options and we've been working with IT. So we will be having the option for residents to submit their permits online. And we currently doing all the solar permits all electronically. And we will be getting the Bluebeam software, which is about $300 a year subscription for users. And we'll be implementing the paperless plan submittal and plan review. This is just an example of the abatement program that we have on the code enforcement. This house that was on a fire over 20 years ago. It was abandoned. We started the abatement program process last year, and now we have a new resident, new home in that lot. Just some examples of code enforcement cases usually are graffiti or property maintenance, and these locations are commercial, but we do residential as well. Most of the common cases are either abandoned vehicles or overgrown weeds. So last year, council approved the aerial emergency update, which is done through an MOU with the county and other municipalities. So this is the previous picture that we had that was taken in 2017. And this is the new picture that we have. This picture was taken in March 2022. But due to the rapid growth of the city, image becomes quickly outdated. We're planning on requesting a new position for GIS technician, but instead we opt for getting a local GIS consultant to do some specific projects for the city. But we're probably coming back next year to replace that position. This is just an updated picture of that area. As you can see, it's already more growth that is not part of the picture. And this picture is just showing some of the projects that are going on right now or plan to be done on the east. We have seen more commercial development, and not only on the east, but as well on the west. We also have a multifamily development. And just to give you an update on the hurricane, they contacted us this week and they're planning on doing the groundbreaking on either September or October.
How about the other one?
Wendy's.
So Wendy's, they submitted the plans, we did a plan review and we haven't heard from them.
How long ago was that?
A year.
Okay.
Is O'Reilly coming to the area where the Walmart is about?
Yeah. So in conclusion, instead of asking for a new position or the $500,000 software for the permitting process, we look into other options and cheaper options to provide the same services. This is in support for council to look into salary adjustment to protect the most important asset that the city has, as the chief mentioned, Elogia mentioned, which are our employees. Any questions?
The comment you just made, instead of asking for positions. Like Daniel mentioned earlier, every department seems to have an assistant director and a vacancy for an administrator, coordinator, and you don't have an assistant for your large department. Is that the sacrifice you're willing to make, or you're saying you're okay and you don't need an assistant because city's growing and later on, I don't want you to be set up to fail because you don't have the right staff that you need for that important department that every year continues to grow and becomes more important as the rest of them are.
Yeah, I think actually I'm the only director without assistant.
You and police. The police, they have a lot more, it's a different structure of how they run their operation. Yours is people are on the timeline, people want their plans reviewed, people want their inspections done, and I would really talk to staff, to admin in regards to your department not having an assistant. Because I think that's something that you need, and you've been like you're being very. I appreciate you being a team player and trying to not budget it, but it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt you. That's my 5 cents. I don't know if anyone agrees.
In total agreement, if you already have a person inside that is not getting paid, but actually he's your assistant, which is Roman. Roman reads your mind and make things happen, and somebody that is really by your side and beating your side. And then you have Joaquin there too. You got really good candidates already inside. That's something for you to think.
Yeah, I'll discuss it with administration.
But I think that Matias meant like an assistant director would like, in case Jose is out or something, that they will move forward. To the police department, they have a lieutenant that can take over. The chief is out. But he could
we wanted to, but wouldn't be a right move. The sheriff, and you're here, and as acting chief while you're out, so, I don't know if that, you know what I'm saying, like, you can consider the position and open it up, because again, it might bring in some more help to your department, so just talk to staff about it and the admin and Ralph and Jenny and see what you guys can tell.
You'll get a report separate in that regard.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Anybody else?
And then if I just may ask on the software, I know last year, Permits is working with their iPad, everything's working good on that, and any update on that? I know it was picked up to get it started, and
It's been quite challenging, but like we were making it work.
Look at these pictures.
I did.
another part of his responsibilities that, if he had an assistant.
And he does tours in his, in between.
Bureau and all that. Look at we passed that resolution, I thought
Okay. Anybody else?
I just wanted to.
Sure.
It's been stated in there, almost every department. I do appreciate that you guys are thinking about your most important asset. That comes from the heart. I understand, where Adeon, Councilmember Adeon, Councilman Matias are saying, what we need. I keep forgetting. I just wanted to mention that, the importance how every department head is mentioning the most important asset. That comes from the heart. That's very important. That speaks volumes because your staff, that's great leadership. Because we know that San Luis has many needs and we're short everywhere. And I'm getting overwhelmed with how many vacancies we have. But when the leaders, the department heads stand up and speak for staff, that speaks, it just touches my heart. And I know how powerful that is. Because they hear you guys. And they know that you guys are standing on your authority and requesting. You might not get it, but you guys are taking that step. So thank you so much, and everybody that mentioned.
Thank you.
As you mentioned, Mayor Cabrera, O'Reilly's is not actually building a new building down by Walmart. They are actually leasing a tenant space in San Luis Astremont, and that's what. The three tenants that put together. I think those are three and they're gonna do business from them.
They're leaving the facility that they have. And
They're gonna keep that.
so they're gonna have two.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And they're going to the east. They're expanding.
Yes, I heard that, but we don't, but we don't have any. Apartments.
Anybody else? If not, thank you, Jose. Good presentation. And I second everything that Maria said. Thank you for caring about your employees. It's big fun.
Our next presenter is Economic Development Department, Jenny Torres, Assistant City Manager.
Economic development. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council and staff. I'll be talking a little bit about economic development. First of all, economic development means something different to everyone. For me is the wealth that we create in order to enhance the quality of life of our residents. It's not just the creation of jobs, but it's the investment that we have to make in our economy so that we enhance the quality of life of our residents. So how do we do that? There's different areas that I've been focusing on. One is residential. I think between the developers, thank you, Mayor, they have it covered. We are getting the rooftops that we need, which triggers commercial development. If we have the rooftops, then either commercial development wants to come in. But that is not the only thing that they look at. They look at traffic. How much traffic, do we have? They don't count our 8 million people that are crossing the border because
If they close the border, that's 8 million people they're not gonna have. So it affects their sales projections. They take a look at disposable income. After you pay your mortgage, your car, your credit cards, are you able to afford a $6.92 Starbucks? Or do you get $1.39 Circle K coffee, right?
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
For clarification,
Well, mine wasn't even sure.
for clarification, my husband is a regular customer of Circle K and their coffee. I contribute once in a while because we gotta keep those Starbucks sales projections up, or else other commercial retailers are not gonna come. So clarification. They also take a look at land costs. 80% of our land, and I mentioned this in previous presentations, 80% of our land is state and federal land. 20% is private. That includes agriculture. We don't want to touch agriculture. That's a big industry for us. So that even reduces the amount of commercial land that we have available. Hence the reason why we've been focusing a lot on our downtown and getting a mixed use. But when you take a look at those mixed uses, you have a residential lot that is trying to build something, some commercial development, and they don't meet the parking requirements, the on-site drainage and so on. But I'll talk a little bit about that. But land is definitely an issue because Panda Express will say, I want this corner lot. And they'll sell it for $15 per square foot. Well, in Phoenix, they can get a corner lot at $10 per square foot. They have the disposable income and they have the traffic. So we have to really understand that land is really our challenge in terms of commercial development. Then it comes into the industrial development. The Arizona Commerce Authority is the organization that all the companies go in first and then are kind of distributed throughout the state of Arizona, depending on what the needs of the company is. The state representatives actually, for the first time in a while, they actually came into the city of San Luis and met with us and said, you need buildings, which we don't have. If you see all those buildings popping up on I-10, it's because the companies want to come in and start operations right now, not 6 months, not a year from now. And that's what it's going to take if they need to construct. They want accessibility and capacity for water and wastewater. We're working on that. That's an improvement that we need to have if we want them to come in. The third one is workforce. I think we got that covered just because of the regional of people from the border coming in and working here. They don't have all the skills, and we have programs that we're working as a regional area to provide those skills to those workforce. But those are the top three that they say that is critical for them to decide if they locate within any community. Now, so my focus is going to be a lot on infrastructure development for the reasons that company, commercial, they need the water and wastewater. They need the roads. We had received companies that come in and they take a look at the roads and they see that the community is not investing in the community. And that could be a deal breaker for us. So, what do we do? My goal here today is to really focus on telling you that the infrastructure that we need it, and we need to invest in order to get those commercial developments, to get those industrial developments. Again, residential, I think we got it covered, but that's what we need. So then if you simulate with the infrastructure investment, you create economic development. You create, you start attracting investment, both commercial and industrial. You start creating those jobs and you start creating that wealth, right? It's like a circle. I work, I get money from my employer, I spend at a gas station, I spend at restaurants. So it becomes a circle. We just don't want those people that are getting that funding to leave the community and to spend it, someplace else. So when economic development happens, then you get into transformative outcome. What is that? What it does, it really allows us to focus on local development strategies. If we're getting the infrastructure and the investment, we're putting in the infrastructure. We are getting the outcomes of investment, then we have to work together in looking at strategies where we're lacking. Property tax, sales tax, you see in the presentation from Monica, it's a great revenue source. But the state legislature was thinking of cutting the food tax. It was going to be a $2 million cut to our budget. So we can't rely on just one source. We gotta have different sources of income. So property tax, and we can't do it as a city only, the city government. It has to be done with businesses. It has to be done with resident support. Then you take a look at the issue with the land, right? 80% federal and state land. We have to come up with a strategy that allows the federal government and the state government to release land. Otherwise, we are gonna get to our 20% growth and we're gonna get stuck there. We really need to focus in trying to get them to dispose of that land. So overall, what we want is when it comes to sustainable and inclusive growth and development, what we really want is you can't have residential growing and commercial and industrial at this level. They have to be able to balance out because we want to provide that opportunity for all of us to grow together. We need to be able to make sure that we have different sources of revenue that are coming in to sustain our growth. And we can't do this by ourselves. Now I get to my project, right? And I'll go fast on this project because that's been approved already. But Merrill Avenue, I talked about the roads, the infrastructure investment. This is another portion of the road. We are going to try to tap, I think the city of San Luis is at a very good position to start tapping into federal and state funding. So we're really going to focus in enhancing that area to try to tap into a lot of the resources. But the grants, what the grant agencies want is they want projects that are ready. Are they designed? Do you have all the right of way? Have you done all the environmental? Because what they want is they want to give you the money, but they want results right away. They don't want to wait 3 or 4 years to see the results because they have to, they have to justify that investment. So this is my priority. I have 4 priorities. The first one was Merrill, which I think we're committed to doing that. This is Los Oros streets, looking at it from east to west. So you have Merrill and then you have Los Oros. I don't know how much patching more we can do on that road. It looks pretty bad, but it's becoming more of a safety situation. So what I really want to focus is to do the design for that project and get it ready for state funding. Those numbers, we've seen the impact, and I think Monica brought those issues up. We're going to continue to try to look for other sources of funding so that the grants become bigger than what we're putting in. The scope of work, the design of Los Oros is $32,000. That's just for the design to hopefully get it into a federal funding, state federal funding cycle next year or the year after that. Cesar Chavez Boulevard. This is really a critical project. We're working with ADOT and they said, well, we're going to phase it out. Lokio and I talked about it and we said, how do we phase it out? Can we continue to have this road the way it is for the next 10 years with the amount of traffic and then the port coming in? I don't think we can. Maybe we might be able to not do from Highway 95 down to San Luis Plaza Drive, but the rest, it has to get done. But this is only one corridor. And I know HERF is a big issue, but traffic, we got to figure out a way to divert them to different areas so it doesn't become a traffic congestion. Right away, this is only right away. I know. I know. It's like right away, we've been investing in this project for years. Federal funding, general fund funding, we got our right of way from the state. It took us 3 years to look at, 3 years. Federal, it took us another 3 years. Right away, we are working on 4 acres of land. And I can tell you that the cost of right of way acquisition has been close to $1 million already. That doesn't include this 552,000. This number could change. There's a circulation study that was conducted. And the circulation study is stating that right on Highway 95 and Cesar Chavez Boulevard, if you want to turn left, going to Archibald Street, they're saying that we need 2 left lanes, which means that we're gonna need additional right of way. ADOT, the current Jacobs Engineering, the current company that is designing the road, is evaluating that traffic study. They're gonna let us know if that requirement is needed in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. But for me, Councilmember De La Hoya, you brought up a good point. You know, do we wait in getting the right of way in the next 5 years so when we're ready to construct? Or do we do it now that there's no development in that area, in those properties that we need to acquire? So think about that because that number could change. And it will change, yes. Now, I'm a big believer in planning. I think planning is really essential. We're a young community. If you don't plan accordingly, you know, you could mess up the city pretty quick. So I really believe in planning. If we spend 200,000 on a study, we don't just shove it, we put it in a place and we let it, we shove it and we forget about it. The study guides us and tells us, this is the next step you need to take. So for this project, it started, I want to say about 6 years ago, 7 years ago. We started with the plan because we didn't want to see all this federal land that's getting there. They won't let us go in and clean it because we have to do environmental documents. So what do? We're going to acquire it. When we took a look at this, we did a conceptual plan. We sold it to the federal agencies in allowing us to get the license. We got the license now. Right now, we're in the process of design. And this, I actually want to carry over some of the funding because we need to plan accordingly. We have Orduño, we got the east part, and then we're going to have this part. We want to make sure that whatever amenities we have in each part, it distributes to the point where all the community will benefit. And so I'm going to have a workshop and I'll invite council coming in, I think it's the week of May 11th, somewhere around there, to give us more thoughts about what you guys want in this area. Do you want a plaza area? Do you want more park area? What is it that you want? So I want to give the new council, some of the new staff an opportunity to really dig in thinking about what is needed in that area. So those are my 4 priorities. But I want to make sure that you guys don't forget for next fiscal year. I think that I fight for my projects, everybody knows that. But now that I'm in admin and I had the opportunity to meet with all the departments, all the projects are a priority. Now I'm like, yeah, this could wait a year or 2 because you really see the amount and you see that there's a lot of good projects that are priority right now. So don't forget about this. This is currently in design. It will be completed by June, but we're going to have to start looking at funding this. And what I'm hoping is that if I get the designs done for these areas, then I can start tapping into federal state funding to at least start the work on that. There's another one. I talked about the downtown area. We did a downtown drainage master plan. Again, going back to the issue of all the residential lots that are becoming commercial lots. They don't meet the commercial requirements. One of them is drainage. So what we want to do is provide a solution for that. It was broken down into different areas, and this area requires purchase of property. Goes back to the same question, right? Do we buy it right now that it's empty? Or do we buy it in the future when there's development already and it's going to cost us more? I don't want to buy land just for the heck of buying land, but I do want to buy land. What happened here in City Hall? We should have bought this land. I bet you we could have bought it
much cheaper than what we're gonna buy the state land. So planning, right? Thinking about planning. So with that, thank you. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Any questions for Jenny? Comments?
Are you planning on moving forward with the construction of the parking or is that in the budget?
Again, there's a lot of priorities that I think could wait because of other priorities. I included in there so that you guys don't forget, but I could tell you that, maybe the wastewater treatment plant or Cesar Chavez Boulevard is more important than building that parking lot. And I think that's for council to decide. When we met, we said, let's focus on 3 priorities, staff priorities. You can change that. You can say, let's not do the wastewater treatment plant and let's do the parking lot. Don't panic, but it's your priority. You are the council. You will tell us what priorities you think the community needs. As staff and our expertise will tell you what we think is best, but it is your decision.
Just following on, what Denise mentioning, yes, definitely, council has the power, like, you directed us and we followed your direction. If we move a project or, that doesn't mean that it's, deleted from the CIP plan. It's just that we move it to another year that for next year, we decided, you know what, that can wait. But of course, we're not forgetting about it. It's just moving into another year and let's put what it matters most to us for 24. And there's a plan. There are also things that are very important and still we are not in a position to get them done because we still designing, we still need other things.
Anybody else? If not, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
Yes, we're ahead of schedule.
Oh my God, I got lawyers. Okay, 15.
No, it's que ahí se puede ayudar.
Chicas, Municipal Court, Alicia Cermeño, Acting City Magistrate. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Council members. Can you hear me, folks? I did find this. There it is. The first part. So the current situation at the court is that I am the assistant city magistrate. I'm serving as overseeing the staff as well as conducting daily court hearings. We have lost two key positions in the last 2 months at the court, primarily because of money that the staff have gone to better paying jobs, one at the city of Yuma and another one for a local nonprofit. That left us with us doing some scrambling and considering the reorganization. So this chart was prepared before our chief court clerk left us. And I've been talking to human resources and we're talking about doing some reorganization as far as having one supervisor for 2 divisions. We have a criminal division and a civil division. They handle very different types of work. As Chief said, there are a lot of people, lots of traffic. There are a lot of traffic citations. Whether it's disregarding the traffic signals, a lot of driving under the influence, both coming in from Mexico and going out to Mexico. And so as the police work increases, the court's work increases in proportion to that. So we are looking at, again, reorganizing the staff at the court. In the meantime, the staff we have 3 staff members that have been doing the work of the 2 senior employees, which are supervisors. We don't have a supervisor right now, so all of the staff we're managing the staff by teams. So there were significant changes fiscal year 2022, 23. We had new staff come in, and then we had turnover. We added a court security officer in August of 22, and then the presiding judge left. We added a court interpreter who is becoming certified court interpreter because that's a requirement of the Arizona Supreme Court that all court interpreters must be certified to present that service to the public. And we're looking at right now getting the data, but I estimate that about 75% of the people that we serve need a court interpreter. Then in March, we had a surprise that our court administrator was leaving. And in March, we also added a court bailiff. Presently, we are recruiting. We're recruiting for a court administrator as well as for a civil clerk and then a chief clerk, which is an empty position. The civil court clerk, though, is a new position that we're requesting be added to the budget. Right now, we have 2 civil court clerks, and we need 1 more to handle the workload. We have 2 people in the civil area, and then we have 3 clerks in the criminal area. And so there's a lot of crossover in the duties so that we can keep up with the workload. I stated there that we'll grow to 11.5 FTEs, but that number did not include the magistrate position. So that's just staff that administer the court. Some of the exciting things that the court has done in technology, thanks to the IT department, as well as the Arizona Office of the Courts. They've implemented court security system where now the security officer is able to view the perimeter of the court and inside the courtroom. And that's really been nice because once in a while we have issues come up with people and the security officer, the next thing you know, she's in the courtroom. There's been a new court recording system, and that is, it's called a Spirit recording system. And so it records all of the hearings that we have. So we don't have a court reporter. We are a lower jurisdiction court, a limited jurisdiction court, and we are required to record all of our hearings and keep those recordings for a period of 2 years. Those recordings are used for any appeals that may be made, concerning judgments and sentencing. And anything that's appealed from the municipal court is appealed to the Superior Court. And so that's a transcript that becomes part of the record for the appeal. There's also a video conferencing system, which we contract with an agency out of Phoenix, and the municipal court in Somerton and San Luis share that expense, where we do the daily in custody arraignments. So that saves on the cost of transportation, bringing the detainees back and forth to San Luis. We just dial in. The jail has a courtroom in a jail or a detention center. And that's where we conduct the hearings. I take the detainees to that little courtroom and then we just see them via video. And it's very convenient. Also that we have that capability in that video conferencing where our court interpreter is standing in the courtroom speaking at the same time to the detainee. So not only do we provide interpreter services in the courtroom, but we also provide it for any video conferencing that we do or any telephonic appearances that may occur. And we also have these really nice headsets where the interpreter, sometimes we have a room full and the interpreter can hand out headsets to people so that they all can hear what he's saying. So that's really very convenient. In fiscal year ending 2022, the total revenue for the municipal court was $666,056. This year to date, it's been $510,000. And I didn't make up that 510. It just came out that way. And then this is how the revenue was allocated. Last year, the city received $255,964 from the court. This year to date, it's almost $200,000. So we have a couple more months to go. And I anticipate that's going to be about the same, maybe a little bit more. As you see, we have a biggest chunk of the money goes to the Arizona State Treasury. And then we have a special revenue fund. I'm not familiar with what that is yet, and I haven't done too much research. But we have restitution bonds that we keep. Police department gets a little bit of money. And so does Yuma County. But most of the money goes to the state treasury and to the city of San Luis.
Excuse me. Can you explain the difference in the special revenue fund last year, this year?
Well, I was trying to find that answer and I was not able to find it. So I will need to consult with finance as well as, I don't have access to all of the financial reports on the court reporting system. And so I wasn't able to find it before today.
Thank you. There.
Yes.
May I add something to that?
Yes,
Did everybody hear me well? The special revenue funds are fees that they charge in addition to citation fees and all that, that go to the police department as well. Last previous magistrate that did away with some of those fees. Now they re-engaged. And those are in addition to the fees that I talked about for the DUI investigation. That would be part of that. The DUI investigation fees will be part of that. And we're also trying to go with the county attorney's office to ensure that they're charging those investigations as well. How high can we go? I don't know, but my recommendation is to go as high as we can for someone who's driving drunk. Pay that investigation fee, so they can learn the lesson and know that they won't drive with somebody's drunk, because we will fine. So those are the fees. We do keep some of those fees and we utilize them in the department. For example, next year we have projects. We're gonna be buying traffic signaling devices to ensure motorists go different ways instead of depending on public works and upon other things that we don't have for the city council, that we just go to our conference. You know, it's a good idea, cameras, there might be one in parking lots, things like that, that the council doesn't hear about, because we're purchasing it, utilizing those funds that by state statute go directly to the.
Thank you, Chief.
Just to explain a little bit of the difference, and I'm just gonna go on just by looking at the variance, I'm pretty sure that it's more of a timing issue, that the information has still not been recorded in the system. But we will look into that.
okay, thank you. So my projections for the end of the fiscal year, last year, we ended the year with 2,007 new cases. That does not include everything that's existing. Year to date, we have 1,884. Our monthly average is up significantly. And so if you look at that monthly average a case, and I estimate that each new case that comes in requires about 1.5 man hours to open a new case and send it through before it gets heard. So that's just one case. So if you look at all those cases, that's quite a bit of man hours to process new cases. The nice thing is that the court does have e-ticketing through the Ajax, and the police department is able to send a lot of their citations. The Arizona Department of Transportation also sends their citations to the court via, it appears automatically as e-ticketing. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the court also hears a lot of commercial citations from the port of entry. And I've seen an increase in hearings because the fines that are charged for overweight commercial cargo are hefty, very, very hefty. And there's an issue going on the Mexican side where they're stating that they don't have good places to weigh the vehicles. So they get to the point of entry, they're overweight. They can't go back and they try to adjust their vehicles, but there's still quite a bit of money. I think the lowest fine that I've had for those type of violations are $3,000. So they're significant fines. So that's what I project for what we will have this fiscal year. Pretty much in line with what was held last year. I project that we will have in this last quarter, 627 new cases and finishing the year out with 2,511 cases. That's what I think we're gonna do, if not more. This is a very interesting piece of information that I obtained from the Arizona Supreme Court statistics. There are 52 municipal courts statewide. San Luis is number 30 in volume. I just looked at the courts in Yuma County. Of course, the Phoenix Municipal Court is the largest, but in Yuma County, San Luis is number 2. And that kind of gives you the totals for each city, the amount of cases that they have. So I wanted to talk about the priorities that we're working on. My biggest priority, and as everyone has said, is the focus is on the staff. And just as everyone else is facing, we are facing staff shortages. Again, it's due to the lower wages that the city pays in comparison to Yuma, or even in comparison to Somerton. We have clerks who are making $15, $16 an hour. They can go to Yuma and make $19, $20 an hour for the same position. So we are also facing that, and Human Resources is helping us evaluate all of those positions to bring them up to the level, because we cannot continue to lose staff. The priorities that I have are staff training. We have someone in from the Superior Court helping us develop our staff training plan for the next 6 months. I'm looking at doing in-house promotions or within promotions of 2 staff members who are experienced, and they can move into an administrator and supervisor position, and then we can fill their positions with adequate clerical staff. We are also focusing on the financial controls that we have, as well as the security for the courthouse. And then above all, focusing on excellent customer service. Who is our customer? Why are they there? And how do we best serve them? Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
I got a comment or question on the, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but on those overweight type patients that you're seeing a high volume of that, is that overweight above the bus paying for the overweight permit, or they're not paying for that overweight permit?
It's above the legal limit of what they're allowed to have.
With the overweight permit that they're able to pull before they cross over?
Yes. So let's say, for example, if their permit allows them to have an overweight of 42,000 tons, and sometimes they're over 10, 15,000. And so it's above their overweight permit.
Or reach out to the enforcement team for what's up, see if they could do some more training.
Yeah, and I know some of the officers, I requested information and asked them, do you have any discretion? What do you do? They do try to make some adjustments and help them, but the trucks are still overweight.
How is that revenue distributed?
Let me answer that. Oh, go ahead. The revenue is just,
Good time.
okay, the revenue is distributed again. It goes according to each agency. It's distributed to all the agencies. So ADOT gets a percentage. Similar to that chart where you saw the revenue distribution, that's the proportion of how it's distributed. So San Luis does get part of that revenue as well.
Just to answer or clarify, our re-engagement with the Arizona Department of Transportation recently, we are asking them to start citing to our municipal court. A lot of those citations originally had gone to our municipal court because they're within our jurisdiction. Second, We working that semi truck operation that we have been working on, we identify, especially with a local mechanic that fixes all those. But there's a lot of semi trucks from Mexico, drivers, even including our own, that are operating out of in conditions of out of service. So maybe they're operating semi trucks that shouldn't be out on the roadway because they're mechanically inoperable. So we identifying those and doing those operations with the Department of Transportation here in San Luis, has also identified that. But that only thing is not just so much to side people, but to make sure that those drivers are safe drivers going out. So, and those fees can go up to $10,000.
So it's interesting
I'm
that
asking because it's a big impact.
it does have a big impact. There's there's many ways that the port of entry has impact. The drivers that are coming across also are coming to this court's jurisdiction. So they could easily go to the county, but they're coming to the city's jurisdiction. So any type of infraction, whether it's a DUI, littering in public, just things such as using the bathroom in public, that comes to the court as well. And that's just crossing the port of entry. Thank you.
Judge, I also believe that it's good to promote from within, so thank you for that, Judge. Finance, does their special revenues get allocated or budgeted the same way that PDs do? Like. We budgeted the same, right?
Yeah.
We would just like an estimated amount, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you. And court interpreter, you said he was certified or?
He's working on being certified, yes.
And how long is that process gonna be?
He has 1 year from the date of hire.
Is that gonna be like a 2-3 year process like the previous court interpreter? Hopefully.
No.
I know we cannot dictate on how you handle your work, but.
We cannot, there's some things that we have discovered is, number one, he knows he only has 1 year. And second, the interpreter cannot serve dual roles, where in the past, the court interpreter was also a criminal court. So you can't have the criminal court processing the case and then have the person go in and interpret for that same defendant. That's a conflict. So this person that's in that position now, he is working on being certified. So I anticipate within the next couple of months, he's going to take his first exam.
Thank you. And Chief, since you talk about it, semi trucks on Main Street, when are we gonna be able to cite them?
We are citing them already, and we just put up pictures of some proactive actions that we're taking. For example, those that are even the semi trailers part, it's $800 for them to get them out of the impound lot. So and we are actively signing them as we go. And we are trying to work with council and several council members to ensure the community is not also dissatisfied with the service that we're providing. We want to inform them. But we already give them fair warning and we keep them informed. And then after the third warning per se, they get a citation. So we are working on that actively and the Department of Transportation is actively coming over with us at least twice a month to conduct enforcement activities out here.
And those are the ones that I've sent you pictures of, destroying the sidewalks and everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Especially those ones inside a residential area, their honeymoon period, it's done and over. We're citing every single one of them that have a semi truck inside of the home. Because so we already gave them almost 2 months of us constantly telling them you shouldn't park your vehicle inside of your house.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Google Maps sent me this way, is not an excuse anymore?
It's not an excuse, no. No, I mean, and we're trying to be as forceful as we can enforcing, but again, we have to understand our community and we don't want to be the bad act or the bad proactive actor. We want to make sure that they know that we understand they have a profession, but they used to bring income to their home and things like that. And we're just as aggressive as we need to be. So, but right now we are citing everybody within the residential area, outside. It's a work in progress with DOT to ensure that they're safe drivers and that they're not just leaving their semi trailers anywhere. One of the main reasons for us is It happened in Texas when they found a bunch of illegal aliens dead inside of a trailer. It could happen here. They could have loads of drugs as well and everything like that. So we're just trying to think of the worst and to try to make sure that we become a headline somewhere in the news.
I know, and thank you for that. And so signage is not a problem anymore.
Sorry.
Signs, so local remember.
Signage, we're in, it's so many little projects that we're getting to finish here within the 4-month period that I've been on. We are looking to put in signage around the BLM area where the water tank is and all those to try to set up something for just commercial parking only and not any other vehicle to try to make sure that people go there. We are working on identifying I'm finishing up a project with a parking lot for semi trucks over there by the industrial park. That's still in the works. And that's to provide that alternative to semi truck drivers to go there and pay fee for them to park their vehicle.
Thank you.
In addition, I want to add on the court interpreter thing. I have some experience on that. It has a high failure rate. That's the state one. There's the federal. Here for the state, it has a high failure rate. It's not an easy exam. I know from personal experience watching my wife take the exam once and fell in one. Still working actively in those groups that go through that and go a bunch of training they need weekly. So it is a very difficult test and job to fill in. Just need that. It's really not easy.
Thank you.
Councilmember De La Hoya, we've been working with PD and Public Works and especially the private sector to try to rectify some areas where they can be truck stops, I guess you could say, or truck parking. For example, we are working with someone at the industrial parks. They're trying to do their engineering so that we can, we can try to avoid citing them and guiding them to those locations, because right now what they'll tell you is, so where do I park? And so we're really trying to work that. The city doesn't want to get into that business as a private business, but we're really trying to encourage, and that's only one developer. We're trying to work with others to try to see if they can create those commercial truck parking spaces.
However,
Thank you, Jenny. And I know what you mean by that, but I was talking more about, and if I has my pictures, they're stuck in the middle of, that's like I usually think it was the main EU and, you when they were over the roundabouts and they're just all over the medians.
That's why I said GPS.
Driving on Main Street. I'm talking specifically about Main Street or the ones that, that wasn't the one there.
Or getting stuck on the line going to Mexico when their GPS wasn't supposed to take them there.
And those are mostly a GIS issue because their map takes them there and we know like, oh, here we go, the traffic's backed up and here's the semi truck. But it's really their navigation system that routes them that way. There's a lot of drivers that have never been to San Luis and that's kind of where they go. And it is getting fewer as before because we don't have that many new drivers coming in, but that's an issue that we are addressing. And really those ones, it's hard for us to cite them if they're being redirected. So some of them we do cite, some of them don't. The majority we don't really. We're just trying to get them out of traffic as quickly as possible to normalize the flow of traffic.
Councilmembers, Mayor, if I may, and I think Councilmember De La Hoya, I think is referring to also because I know he was the one who also worked with me to get it going. There is a truck route circulation study going citywide, which we actually started a while back. Unfortunately, the consultant had some staffing issues that they weren't able to move it forward. It's originally planned. But it is in the works right now and it covers all the way to Avenue D, all the way to Main Street. Trying to really have a formal way of truck circulation throughout the city. So part of the question was, we need more signage, we do, and we didn't want to put them up and then take them down when the study was completed. So that's still in the works. And we're going to be asking for an estimated time for completion on that study. And obviously, if we have a final destination where they're going to be able to park permanently, it will be beneficial to having that study. That way is complete.
Thank you.
I want to add a comment. So,
3 minutes.
how do we enforce the truck issue on Main Street, but when we have the warehouses for like after sales, food city, they need to, the trucks need to get to those locations. So what do you guys restrict on Main Street? Is it just, U Street to Avenue B or?
So I think that was part of the study. We're gonna look at options. I think some of the uses were not necessarily entirely legal. I mean, some of them are. They're like, non-conforming legal uses, but not all of them are. So part of the, I guess, the plan of enforcement after everything's been sort of established, it'll be what restrictions will be applied. Some of them might be that they can deliver only at night. Or there in U Street, for example, on the factor sale warehouse, they would have to go out a certain way, like outside Luis Plaza Drive and back to Cesar Chavez versus trying to go through Main Street or go over to William Brooks. So those are the things that we want to formalize. And that was part of the tasks that the consultant was going to do. Like they were going to do research, how the other cities handle it, and help us come up with a plan that will work for us. Thank you.
There's no other questions or comments. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, President.
Our next report is the Department of Parks and Recreation. This is Nero, acting assistant director of Parks and Rec.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of staff. And this was Isidro, so I'll be presenting for the Parks and Recreation Department. So our department consists of 8 divisions, which include the recreation department, the youth center, senior center, the cultural center, parks grounds, city of San Luis facilities, parks and recreation administration, and the municipal pool. And our department is made up of about 55 employees. Our mission is to provide recreational opportunities to members of our community so they can engage in leisure activities, improve physical and mental health, and build social connections through fun and engaging programs, activities, and services. Objectives. First, we want to encourage the community to participate in our events, activities, and sports leagues. We also want to increase participation within local organizations and agencies so that we can reach underserved populations, and we also want to continue developing partnerships with the community, and this also includes the formation of community advisory committee, so we can gather feedback and input from community leaders. Our other objective is to improve parks and facilities. We want to make sure that our facilities, our green areas and parks are up to par with what our residents expect. This includes regular maintenance, upkeep, and as well as identifying areas where repairs are needed, so we can enhance overall user experience. We also want to expand recreational activities, opportunities, This will be done by creating new opportunities, adding playgrounds, adding new activities and sports leagues, updating our sports fields, among other amenities. Number 4, improve the quality of programs and services. We will accomplish this by providing staff with more training, educational opportunities, so they can feel supported and work in a dynamic environment that fosters personal growth, professional growth, while promoting high standards of professionalism, teamwork, leadership, and education among our staff. Earlier this year, we participated we collaborated with the Yuma County Health Department. We had
training on youth mental health. This way we were able to identify youth that may be going through mental health issues, and we can help. Before I start, I just want to inform City Council that about half of our CIPs were approved this year. So if there's some items that are here on your list, I'm not going to mention them because they've already been approved. These include 3 vehicles, boxing ring, 2 trailers, sound system for 2 of our baseball fields, and I think that's it. Continue with our presentation. First off, we have recreation division. The main goal of the recreation division is to provide the community with fun activities and events. These include organization and coordination of activities, programs, events, sport leagues for all individuals of all ages and abilities. This year, we introduced new leagues, classes, and activities, including karate, softball, a program called Water Skills for Children between the ages of 3 and 6 years, youth basketball clinics, and volleyball clinics. We also continue our partnership with Campesinos Sin Fronteras Thrive program, which provides free memberships, and they cover the fees of some of these leagues and programs. We also collaborated with the Yuma County Health Department, Consulado de Mexico in Yuma, and the San Luis Fire and Police Departments in our annual reactive event. It was the second year that we had this event, and we had great participation in the community. For fiscal year 2022, we are requesting the continuation of the expansion of the gym. Last year, we asked for $65,000, but these funds were enough for us to be able to complete this project. And we're asking an additional $30,000 to be able to complete. Staff-wise, we're asking for 2 part-time recreation assistants to be able to increase the assistance to staff and be able to provide the public great customer service. For the cultural center, the main goal is to provide a space for members of the community to engage and experience a wide range of activities and events that seek to promote and preserve the culture, heritage, and traditions of our community. We offer art classes, music. We offer classes in music, art, and dance that are available to all ages and are designed to encourage and motivate our community members to learn talents, explore interests, and discover different cultural perspectives. For fiscal year 2023, we were able to improve our facilities. This parking area, you can see it in the right corner. This will allow for outside activities, reservations, and other events. We also are in the process of expanding the lobby. Right, well, how it was before, it was just a little space, only 2 staff members could fit in there. Now we'll be able to accommodate more staff and be able to provide more better customer service. Part of this year's CIPs was the installation of lighting. The cultural center, which will improve the visibility for stage views. One of the things that we initiated this year was collaborating with the senior center. We had for the Cesar Chavez month, we had a workshop where we invited a local class, they painted plant pots, and they spend time with our seniors. This is in an effort to encourage intergenerational interaction and communication so that so our youth can learn from the experiences with some of our seniors. After 4 years, we finally will be having our Miss San Luis scholarship pageant. We have 5 participants, and our event will be taking place next May 18th. Fiscal year, for next fiscal year, our goal is to continue supporting local partnerships and to the facility for exhibits, performances, so the community can engage on our cultural events. And also looking forward to collaborating with the Pacupa Indian Tribe to bring events and exhibitions to San Luis. And we would also like to begin the process of looking how we can expand the cultural center. We need more space for classes and activities, so we did not include it this fiscal, the coming fiscal year, because we would like to staff-wise, we're asking for our office assistant position to be reclassified as the recreation specialist. This way, she can be involved in the organization of activities and events as well. Next up is the youth center. The youth center is a recreational, educational, and sports center facility where youths 7 to 21 years old can enjoy a positive environment. We offer boxing classes, youth fitness programs, arts and crafts. They also run the summer program, open gym. We also have a homework lab and a game center. For this fiscal year, our memberships grew a great amount. Last year we had about 1,000 to 1,500 members a month. This year we're having 2,000 to 2,500 members visit the youth center every month. We've also had great feedback for our boxing classes. 2 of our members won state championships. So we're very thankful for our coaches and our staff. Our exercise equipment underwent repairs, so they're more safe and very state for be used by our youth. We also added new workshops which have been very popular and in high demand. We've had piñata, filming workshops, slide, among others. For fiscal year 2024, we would like to continue improving our programs and adding new activities and as well. We want to make sure that our programs and initiatives empower our youth so they can take leadership roles in our community. We want to continue our partnerships with local organizations. If you attended the safety event, you can see that many organizations, local and from the region, were there, and they're very involved in our community. Also want to continue increasing the membership of the youth center. Its impact is felt in the community. Our events continue growing, and its impact can be felt. Staff-wise, we're requesting a part-time recreation assistant so they can help with increasing in memberships. San Luis Municipal School. For 2020, the summer of 2022, we were busy as ever. There were no days without reservations. We had pool parties, swimming lessons, resident pool parties. And we also have the pool hours over for the community. Reservations began in June and ended in September. As you heard, this pool will be closed for this summer. Or it will be rebuilt. We had black mold issues, and pool was built about 24 years ago, so it's due for maintenance and repairs. So that's what's gonna be happening this summer. We're looking forward to going into it during the next few months. So we can start with that project.
Talk about the summer program for the pool.
Oh, yes.
Please.
Correct. So to make up for the lack of the pool, we will be expanding our summer program. We will be having 2 sessions, one in June, one in July. Thanks to finance, administration and HR, will receive the funds for the lifeguards and part-time, seasonal interns to help us run the programs. We'll be having more activities during the summer so we can have children off away from doing
Xbox. Let's get them out of the computers.
So the San Luis Senior Center is a welcoming place for our seniors that is supportive. And it's a place where they can socialize, learn new skills, stay active, and access resources and services. We offer daily transportation, programs and activities, educational seminar, counseling, and social events. This year's we continued with our meal programs. We continue with our activities, and they began taking field trips before they had been stopped due to the pandemic. But now they feel more comfortable going out, enjoying themselves, and getting out of San Luis. We also continue with our holiday celebrations, and so we can encourage socialization among them. Our objective for next fiscal year is to continue improving the quality of our programs and developing more activities to encourage our seniors to socialize and be informed of information. Parks grounds, they are in charge of maintaining green and recreational areas, making sure that they're pristine and safe for our community. They're also responsible for landscaping, irrigation, trash, and labor removal, making sure playgrounds are safe, and as well as facilities, which include restroom, fields, and ramadas. This year, the division completed the following projects. They are the ones that completed the cultural center garden, which was completed about 2 weeks ago. They also helped with installation of the San Luis tourism letters. They have been active in replacing and installing equipment.
So what is the picture in the middle, in the bottom part?
They're selling lakes.
Oh. Thank you.
So for next fiscal year, our goal is to continue with the development of the East San Luis Community Park. Due to the pandemic, we have not been able to receive the electrical panel for the lights. There's also been we think there should be some changes to the plan. We'll work with Jim Davey to add some amenities.
I think it was this past week, some modification will have to be made in order for communications towers out of install. So that's something we have to work on.
What type of panel? Panels on the panel
For the
for the lights of the east part.
the last time that I saw the plans, I think it was 600 but they didn't meet there. I haven't, I think Mr. Bell was asking Nancy if he was installed or not, and not been installed yet, and the well, it's already there, but there is no power for it. I don't have the exact information on that. I don't recall. On top of my head.
Andy, please.
Yes, I will.
So since the plans might change a little bit, we're looking to also do an assessment of the building park, so we can see what areas need repairs, and if we can add some of the amenities that we may remove from the East Community Park back to the East West. Staff-wise, we are requesting a full-time maintenance technician. With our CIPs, we would like to request a dump truck to be able to carry heavy loads and to tow heavy equipment. We are also requesting 4 John Deere tractors. Our equipment continues to age, and with its continuous use, purchasing new mowers is a better alternative than purchasing replacement parts. As equipment continues to age, and it's more cost efficient to do it this way. Also, maintenance costs, if something needs to be repaired, if the labor has gone up. I think that's it for parks. We continue adding more.
I would like to. So right now, it was mentioned that for the summer program, unfortunately, our kids are stuck to a computer, Xbox, playing video games. And trying to get them out, it's hard. But I think that it also has to do with the fact that it's over 100 degrees outside, and the majority of our playgrounds aren't shaded. So is there like a plan to start adding shades to all the structures of the playgrounds to reduce the wear and tear of the sun, or is that not something?
We have not looked into it, but we can do that.
And another thing to consider for this is possibly having, obviously we know, I know that we have budget capacity, right? Well, we don't have budget capacity, but maybe council can start looking into making a priority to have like an indoor park for the city, because maybe at an indoor playground and have tables and stuff for the residents to take advantage of. It costs money, I know, but maybe we can have a small fee for the residents to pay and take advantage of having an indoor pooled area for our community, because we are a young community. We are having children, and unfortunately in the summer, there's not that many options here. And that's something that I think takes away from our revenues, because we end up going to Yuma, Get Air, Trampoline Park, or just the movies or other places, and instead of staying here locally, we use our money to go for other communities around the county.
Actually, we've been talking, but the call center is sitting empty, and putting a little money into it, see how safe it is and everything. And maybe after the day that we were at the park, it was so hot, those events should be done inside. I mean, it was hot and it was only the beginning of the summer. So we're looking into that building is being empty as we speak. And hopefully in a couple of years from now, if not sooner, we'll have a place like that. Because there's not a lot of options for our kids. So there's one good building that it can be put to use for a really good cost.
That, I mean, that's a great idea, and we talked about that about 8 years ago when we started going after the parking lot. I went to Idaho and over there is the opposite. In the wintertime, everything is indoors, indoor soccer, indoor pools, because in the winter they can't do things. But again, the restraint 8 years ago was the financing, and again, that building was number one idea there. So if we could work on a plan and maybe a 5-10 year plan to get that funding, or if the property tax initiative goes through with the residents, that'd be a great idea. I understand what the vice mayor is saying about the parks and everything. Unfortunately, I hate to disagree with you on this part, that even if we add shades to the structures, kids aren't gonna go out there to play when it's 110 degrees because the shades ain't gonna stop the heat. But maybe utilize that funding for another idea like the indoor building that you're talking about, and bring that idea back up. And now that we have the right of way for the parking for the call center building, we have the safe location for the residents to go park and utilize that building. So it's gonna take more than a few $1,000s. I mean, that building, yeah, that's gonna be in the millions again, but we have to be cautious about getting that. And the location of the building as well, so it's a great idea, just I wish we had the money.
There's a design for it already.
Comment real quick. If, for your summer program, if that needs to go with the kids or, for a couple, we can do that.
I think that concept, the design was done with Louis or Chris back then, or the indoor soccer.
It was a conception.
Conception, yeah, 6-7 years ago. But yeah, it's out there. So.
We got great ideas, but no money. But
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's like, we feel your pain, man, there. I was gonna say that, so we want, but we don't say where we're gonna cut, we don't have enough money.
However, I do want, since they interrupted me already, I don't want to make a comment on your idea or whomever's idea to, since they're not gonna be spending a lot on the East community part, just stepping into the Jorduno restroom center. That can be number one. But they're from election day last year or both, they're awful.
they're
I mean,
horrible.
I don't know what word to use for those restrooms. I mean, it shouldn't even be open. I know we have to because we're by law, but I mean, if you have money that you're not gonna be spending over there, I think that should be your first step.
Definitely. But during an event, we noticed that the restrooms are not sufficient.
Yeah. Sufficient or usable. I mean, yeah, needless to say, sufficient, usable.
Jenny, remember when we went to Tucson, we saw that as mobile,
Yeah, Ralph actually forwarded me a contact. There's some specific restrooms that they kind of clean themselves. So we have a training next week to determine, obviously a cost, but how feasible that is. So we'll get back to the council on those.
Jose Luis, you could look into that too.
Part of it.
If you go to the Cardinal Stadium, they have those,
Yeah, I've seen
and
those.
they're excellent. That's what Jenny, this would be good for the farm workers downtown.
Yeah.
Another thing that I would like to add is majority of our retention basins already have grass. Is it possible to add the soccer?
The arches.
The arches, because I know there's a demand for soccer fields and looking at I toured around different basins and the grass is pretty nice and neat, it's well maintained, so I was thinking maybe we can add the arches or the soccer goalie poles. So they're available for people to practice in those retention basins as well.
Yes, we can definitely make an assessment of which areas we think that the goalposts can soccer available.
Anything else?
Something real quick, Del Boulevard, the 2400 block, right in front of my house, that water basin, it has fence, chain link fence to it. Kids usually climb to that, and beyond that chain link fence is, 500 feet drop, at least. So just to, I know I addressed that before, just to look into maybe having a wall that's high enough where it would prevent people from climbing. It would take my view away, but it is a safety issue that I've seen throughout the year. So maybe look into something like that to try to make it a lot safer and perhaps building some kind of a pad there or something so it can be more attractive to the residents there. Not that I want them around in front of my house, but it's just for safety purposes.
All right, Chief, we'll take a section from the border fence.
Yeah. Talk to me.
What's that? Hey, Governor?
Well, I just wanted to mention that our events continue to grow. Just want to add that, well, that staff, we're very thankful for our staff. We have limited staff and the things that they're able to accomplish, continue to amaze me, and I just want to thank them for all the hard work. That's it.
A little announcement, we just lost Vice Mayor, he had a family emergency. And he has to leave, so. Thank you for the presentation.
Our next presenter is Facilities Division, Ms. Yolanda Dueñas, Facilities Supervisor.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Yolanda Dueñas. I will be the president for the Facilities Division. Who we are, I just wanted to include the picture of our staff. And our mission, that we maintain the city's image with commitment and hard work by providing safe, clean, well-maintained, and functional facilities. Our team is composed of 3 building maintenance technicians, 6 custodians, 1 lead custodian, 1 part-time office assistant, and 1 facility supervisor, which is myself. What we do the maintenance and repairs, cleaning and sanitation, safety and security, and renovations and upgrades of our city buildings. I just wanted to also include a few of our buildings, but we do take care of over 22 buildings. Besides the cleaning and repairs, we also take care of having our annual inspections for all of our buildings, such as fire alarms, fire sprinklers, fire extinguishers. Those are done by Metro Fire. We also took care of our 5-year internal valve inspections this year. And we also help all other departments with any of their needs, as well as setups and any other tasks that are needed. For this fiscal year 2024, our capital improvement projects that we are requesting is roof repairs for our city hall, police, and fire departments. The exterior paint and repairs for also the 3 city hall, police, and fire departments. And the other request that we're asking for is carpet replacement for our police department. We just want to start with one of our buildings, but start doing a different building every year, as the carpets are due, I guess, a long time ago, but we want to start replacing those carpets. I am including AC replacement units. There are some buildings that are, for example, police, fire, they're 24/7. So we do need to have money aside to replace any broken down ACs. And the other item we have is the cultural center floor replacement that needs to be repaired. It has a little damaged or damaged areas that can cause an accident. And the other thing I do want to mention that we're asking for a full-time administrative assistant for our division. That is all I have.
Any questions, comments for?
Not for you, but for finance. Can you back to the previous slide, please? The repairs, I know it's the money goes into her budget, I mean facilities budget or to the department's budget?
It is, it goes into the non-departmental budget. Facilities is a department of the general fund. So all of those expenditures are kept not necessarily in the facility department, but it's in a bucket that holds all the CIP for general fund or non-CIP projects. Is this
Been controlled by facilities or?
that because it's a major CIP expenditure, it is in the non-departmental budget with in a category that is called non-CIP item. Because this is a maintenance, that's it would not categorize about CIP.
Here where you have, police department carpet replacement, would it be a good idea just to completely remove the carpet and maybe nowadays they do just paint the floor up, you know, instead of putting carpet, to me carpet, especially here with such sandy area, allergies, it's just an idea.
I did include in my quotes to, instead of doing carpet, to do tile, but it is a little more costly, but I did look into obtaining different quotes and see what you guys or whatever the budget allows us to do. But I did try to remove the carpet completely.
To piggyback on Councilmember Maria, all the new buildings that we're building, we're going for the industrial look. Yeah, the cement, before you pour the cement, they put the color that you choose, and it's not very expensive. And then they put a clear liquid and it stays pretty nice looking. And it's cleaner because of the dust and the allergies, which by the way, that carpet in that building is really bad with our allergies. Just for you to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to take this time to thank all of the departments that work with us and help everything move along easier. So thank you to all for your help.
Please give your department, I applaud them for the number of staff that you have, work that they do. Every time I go into it, buildings are super clean.
If nothing else,
Next presenter is the city attorney's office, Ms. K. Miriam McQuill, city attorney.
speak loud.
I can go diagonally. My corner, I don't get to see council, but I just. But okay, if I take your space. For a few minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Really doesn't sound like it's my ears. So. Okay, so I work with every department, either contracts or compliance or advice of all sorts. Risk management. So it's a department kind of like Yolan's that we touch every department. Oh, thank you. That sounds good. That's much better. And the budget book is wrong. It asks for a paralegal. I wanted a paralegal that could hit the ground running and be able to do contracts. But when I went to the budget meeting with finance and admin, they said, well, we need to be growing and training people and bringing people up. And so that kind of got me thinking that I should expand my thinking more. And what we really need for my department is to grow up an attorney and start with attorneys straight out of law school and train an attorney. Because training is going to be time consuming because of all the different areas of laws that city attorneys touch. And so now, while we still have capacity, it would be good to get started with a new attorney and then have them, be able to take more and more responsibility as we grow. Because our department is beginning to feel the strain of a growing city. So that's what I'm really asking for is here. So an attorney would not just be salaries. We'd also have to increase our Westlaw, which is the database for all the laws that we're able to research, and of course training. So those are the costs for the negative things. So you want me to stop there? Because that's my big ask this year.
That's it?
Well, I still have the prosecutor, but that's it for me.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
So your big ask is another
A full-time attorney.
additionally to use.
There's gonna be blind. Yeah.
And where's the office?
Well, if I get it, then I'll be.
Actually, in all fairness and having the luxury that being able to spend so much time in City Hall. She gets here sometimes at 6 o'clock in the morning and sometimes she'll pass by at 9 and she's still here. So she's way overworked. And this is the easiest way to burn a person is working them so much.
Also, getting this person on board while Glenn is still here. I mean, I know people hate his long-windedness, but he does have cautionary tales that are memorable. And people will come to me and those stories stick in their head and they come to me and they say, I think I have a similar situation. I remember Glenn telling me, So I know it takes a long time to listen to him, but there is value. So to have him still here would help in the training.
For the record, you said it.
That is true. You, second part by you.
The only person that makes him cut it by 90% is me, right? I go, you got 2 minutes and go to the point.
And Ralph.
Just also too.
Yeah.
Get to the point.
I know. Okay,
Okay, so, and, for the prosecutor, we're very lucky to have such an experienced criminal attorney there. The staff is really great, very efficient. Barely asked is, to give Sylvia, the paralegal, a raise. And, he has submitted that ask to HR, and HR is evaluating that.
HR is in agreement? Oh,
They have to evaluate
okay, I did.
citywide. They want to increase everybody, and so it's part of that.
Oh,
It's in
okay,
the mix.
got it.
So that's it for me.
Any questions, comments?
Yes, so the raise would be based on what?
The raise, basically the chiefs. Let me see if I can get this one. She is sort of handling more and more over the years of drafting motions and doing a lot of the attorney work as a paralegal. He is taking training to become the Arizona law changed last year. It allows paralegals to get certified to actually go in court for certain limited jurisdiction things, so she'd be able to do traffic court and take some of the weight off of what
So
he does.
like. She would show up in lieu of the prosecutor or?
Yes, she'd be able to do that in civil cases, which would be traffic cases.
So. Well, not a budget related question, but so how hard it is it would be to bring the city prosecutor's office back to the council supervision? Like it was before.
Oh. You mean a direct hire?
No, you know how we oversee the city manager, the city attorney. And the magistrate, and to do that for the prosecutor.
You must like making a contractual employee reporting to council instead of a classified employee. I think that's your question.
We would have to revert what was done.
Well,
It was under contract.
he was under contract when he first started. As a retirement issue that he had to be, it was sort of that kind of a loophole that he had working under. So I guess you could make it a contractual position.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yes,
May I ask a question?
sure.
Yes, Carrie? My question is regarding the hours that the city prosecutor's office is open and available to the public. They're not available on Fridays or Friday afternoons. Is there a reason why they are not able to open in the afternoons on Fridays?
I have a whole dissertation that I come forward with. That I was sent to me, because I asked the same question,
Because,
our concern. It's not even open to the public.
no. Well, that's my second question.
Okay,
So you're in the same boat.
they. This doesn't sound like it's on. So they have just found that is to work half a day on Fridays and long days while the court has more court trials worked better for them. So they work 9-hour shifts. It's just something that they
Everyone on 8 hours on Monday through Friday schedules or right now?
Those are the departments where.
Or why would it, where were some departments not on? Or they think. Not on Monday through Friday, 5/8.
That's a good question. Yeah, I know where everybody's heading to, and it needs to be changes. Let's keep the cat out of the bag. Any department that puts their, what they want before the residents' needs should be looking into, Mr. Bellis, okay? So let's cut to the chase. Anything else? Yes.
Well, my other question is that, I mean, it's like, I'm limited in scheduling trials on Fridays because we can't have the prosecutor, but then why is the office not open to the public anymore? Because we're not in a pandemic.
So what happened there was that they only got questions about court process. So they were constantly just saying, you'll need to go to court for that. They make appointments with the defendants that are unrepresented because they have to meet with defendants that are unrepresented for the settlement conferences. And they make appointments with victims. Other than that, the rest of the customer service is you need to go to the court window. So it was very disruptive and given the caseload, they needed to cut it off.
So if you're a victim or a defendant, you're getting off work, you don't have a car or a phone, what do you do then?
Well,
You go to the court.
you go to the court and
But if I have a prosecutor, if I'm a victim or a defendant and I don't have any questions for the court,
I'm not in the day-to-day. I don't know exactly what a
well,
person
the email
does.
came, the response, I have your response, you forward the response, so you have. You're not in the day-to-day, but you're the supervisor.
Yes, I'll take care of it next week.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, anything else? If not,
Just quickly, I want to add that we, the police department, are serving papers like subpoenas and everything else on behalf of the city prosecutor. So that's something that the officer, when an officer from the agency does. It takes about 10 hours of overtime every pay period. In addition to that, second, on a positive note, we have had a great relationship with the city prosecutor. He helped get us on track on a lot of the training on forewriting. They're on top of their stuff. I just can't say enough good things about their staff and what they do. Working with other prosecutors, by far, I think we have the best team in the county, and that is simply a fact, I think. So we do have a good prosecutor and good staff there.
Thank you, Chief.
on that note, thank you, Kay. There's some items left. Anybody that can present for 10, 15 minutes, because the food is gonna be ready earlier. So we got about 15, 20 minutes. So who can do their presentation in that time? Aha, we got a taker.
Yes, I did notify our lunch place that we were ahead of the schedule. He said the earliest that he could have our food would be 11:45, so.
We have
Edward.
Pick up and send it.
Make it wait.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council and members of staff. Dennis Barca, Billing and Collections Manager. So I will be going over my department. So the purpose statement of the Billing and Collections division is dedicated to provide exceptional and professional customer service to all residents and visitors of the city of San Luis. We are also dedicated to the highest quality of customer service by delivering timely service, providing accurate information, and providing solutions to customers' concerns. So now we'll be presenting to you the team that makes up the billing and collections division. So we're currently fully staffed. So our two new latest members of the team is Ricardo Ochoa and Carlos Corral. They joined our team last February as Ashley Valle and Alicia Velasco were promoted to an accounting specialist position. So our accomplishment this year so far was implementing a real-time payment for Express Bill Pay customers. So in the past, every customer that submitted a payment through the Express Bill Pay would be shown in our billing software until the next business day. With this implementation, as soon as a customer submits a payment through Express Bill Pay, it will automatically show on our billing software. Another thing that we have done this year, we have implemented a QR code to our billing envelopes. So as we all know, not all of us open our bills when we get them. So we need to send out a message. For example, like it's on the screen you can see where the Cesar Chavez Boulevard, we included that QR code on that envelope. So that way we can get the customer's attention right away. Another option that we did with the assistance of IT, we implemented online applications for the yard sale permits and the utility service termination request. So now customers don't have to come into the City Hall, they can just do it online. As a matter of fact, we're currently working on doing the new establishment form online, but it's a little bit more complex, but that's where it's taking a little bit more with IT to formulate the process for the new service form. So another accomplishment is implementing the utility assistance program to Wake Up. And we also improve our internal process for establishing commercial accounts. So as you know, commercial accounts need 2 water meters, one for domestic use and one for irrigation. So in the past, we needed to establish 2 separate utility accounts. So now with this new process, all the meters are under the same account. So that's better for us to have better control of our utility accounts. And that facilitates the payment process for our customers as well. So another thing that we did is improving our renewal process for taxi permits. So in the past, the taxi driver's permits expired 1 year after the issue date. So now with the new process, the permits expire the same date as the general business license. So that way the customers only have to come in once to City Hall and renew both of the permits. As for water conversion, we did an audit of the subdivisions are able to convert. So those subdivisions are able to convert at Rio Sereno, Rancho Los Oros, Los Portanes, Unit 4, Phase 2 and 3, Rancho San Luis Mobile Home, Unit 1, 2, and 3, Los Jardines 1, 2, 3, and 4, and San Luis Plaza. So out of those subdivisions, there are 860 properties able to convert. And so far we have converted 80%, which is 686 properties. We are only missing 20%, which is 174. Since we have identified the properties that have not converted, we have reached out to them. We have sent them letters to let them know that they might qualify for converting the water rights. But we have not received any response back from them.
When you say convert, late terms.
So for example, those properties that are there, at one point they were farmland. So now that they become residential, the Yuma County water users still needed money to make their operations. So they impose a tax assessment on those properties. So even though they don't use that water, they're still being charged every year. I believe the annual charge is about $120.
So it's the water users deal from.
Yes.
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 When they convert and they're behind and they owe 3,000-4,000, does that go away?
No. So there are 2 ways they can convert their water rights. One is paying off their debt with the Yuma County water users and coming in and do the conversion. The other one is the city can pay their debt, but that debt now becomes with the city and with a 50% interest on that amount. That is
Which I imagine that 20% of bulk of that, that's the reason why they don't want to convert, because they have that high balance.
And I did ask for the balance on the account, but I was not provided with that information since I'm not the accountant.
Right.
And when some people are ready to sell, and then they have a really bad surprise, they got basically, sometimes they got a lien on the property from the water users.
Yes, so that's the lien they have.
Like, not kosher.
So with the 686 properties that have converted their water rights to the city has available a total acre feet of 1,717.54 for delivery. Yeah, so to put it in gallons terms, 1 acre feet equals to 5,000 gallons. So the city has a total of a little bit more than 500 million gallons of water available for delivery. Gas and wastewater accounts. So we did last year we did a gas to see how many properties there were at gas and how many accounts we had. So we came out that we have 8 properties that didn't have a utility account with us. So we reached out to the property owners. We let them know that they need to establish a utility account with us for the sewer. And so as of now, all the properties that are occupied have an active utility account with us. So just to give you a little bit of an overview. So we have 177 residential accounts, 13 commercial and 1 school account. As for the inactive accounts that the properties are vacant, there are 10 residentials and 3 commercial, I'm sorry. And we perform audits about 2 to 3 months just to verify that those properties remain vacant. So goals and objectives for next fiscal year. So continue providing the highest quality customer service to residents. Implement a text notification for our customers. And in addition to the delinquent notice that we send out 6 to 7 days before water disconnections, we want to implement a 48-hour water disconnection notice to send via email and text. And this is with intention to reduce our monthly disconnections. So as of now, we have about 120 to 130 monthly water services disconnections. And as I was mentioned before, implement an online applications for residents to be able to establish their utility account online. And we want to eliminate the duplicated address so we can have better control. So we currently have close to 5,000 accounts that for some reason were added twice to our billing software. So that doesn't mean that the customers, there are 2 accounts for a customer. That only means that we have a record 2 same property, same addresses for that same property. So for our business license, we want to improve our internal process for renewing the business license. We currently only send letters for renewal, but I wanted to implement the email notifications as well, so we can get more response from our residents, our business owners, and that they will use more the online portal for those payments as well. And initiate a process to vote paperless for our daily forms that we do every day. For yearly statistics. So our utility assistance program, we have given out so far 52 applications this year, and only 43 have been approved. The ones that were not approved, it's not because they didn't meet the requirements, but because they didn't submit their appropriate documentation. So we were approved for a total fund of $22,000, and we have only given out 6,000, and we still have available 16,000. We have promoted this utility assistance program, but people have not submitted applications for it.
Your stats also keep track of the payments you guys receive from DES?
Yes, so I didn't include that. So since it's not our utility assistance program, we don't keep track, but we do receive from DES. I think PEP also give us utility assistance as well.
Curious to see how many people are using the other programs.
Yeah, I can definitely get that information to you. As for collections, we currently have 205 accounts in collections for a total amount of $26,000. And a total of 51 accounts have cleared their bad debt status for an amount of $5,940. So as you can see on the graph, we have collected so far only 19% out of the hundreds that we have in collections. New meter installs, this year we have installs 268 meters. So how are payments submitted? So about 60% of our payments come through Express Bill Pay, 35% come through here, payments here at City Hall, and about 5% come through our kiosks that's installed outside of City Hall. So new utility accounts, we have this year 446. And for business license, we have collected this year $94,110. We have renewed 742 licenses. We have issued 272 yard sale permits, and we have issued 138 new business licenses. The department is requesting a new reader technician. The department has had only 2 meter technicians for more than 10 years. So during the 10 last years, our utility accounts have increased a total of 2,621 accounts. So as you can see in the graph, Fiscal year 12, we had 5,700 accounts, and this year we have 8,322 accounts. So we're experiencing a growth of 240 accounts per year. So as our accounts increase, our workforce increase as well. So our meter reader technicians complete an average of 350 work orders per month. Just to give you an idea, back in 2012, they were completing about 2,327 work orders per year. Last year, they completed 4,076 work orders. And those work orders include a broken line, check for leaks, reopen, startups, new services, finals, repairs, low pressure, new meter installs, meter replacements. So in addition to those work orders, the meter reading technicians have to deliver delinquent notices, conduct services connections, meter reads, billing, and billing audits. So on average, there are 20 working days per month. So just to do those duties that are shown on the screen, it takes them 5 days to do them in addition to the work orders. So that means that the meter readers technicians only have 15 days to complete the 350 work orders that are being created on a monthly basis. That's it. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Yes.
Edgar, let's discuss the senior account.
So we currently have 1,800 accounts that have the senior account or senior discounts. So we're planning on doing a audit because many of those applications were done back in 2002, 2005. So.
Say it.
So we want to update those records. So that's where we're working on.
I was just gonna ask, have the business license, and I know I brought this up in the past, has the software been updated to where when it prints out the business license, it doesn't show the owner's address?
No, we can do that only for that only shows for home occupations, since there is not another like a physical business.
It shows it on retail too.
Yeah, okay, I can look into it, but I think we couldn't do that unless time that issue came up.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions or comments, let's adjourn and we'll be back after lunch. We're having lunch in La Bodega.
You know. 2 minutes.
Okay.
The public is not back from lunch. What if there's someone in the public?
Let's see, let's be technical. You're absolutely right. I was wrong. But we're all here. Is that okay? Matias?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Just saying the public might not be.
Where's the IT people?
A ver. No está hablando.
Sí.
It's ready.
A ver.
Okay, so who's next?
Our next presenter is Adela Cortez, from the Department of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor's not here, members of council and staff. It is a pleasure to be here today for the first time at a budget retreat for the city of San Luis. And as part of my presentation, I'm starting with I started a strategic plan for HR. It's not completed yet, but I will share the vision, mission, and values that we are to practice from in human resources. Here we have the current organizational chart for human resources. I have an analyst, 4 coordinator positions, one of which is vacant right now, and a technician. I'm happy that it's more than when I first came. There was only 3 people in HR. And here is my team. So the vision of HR, where we would like to take the department, is to a level where we value, encourage, and support each other in our diverse workforce. Continually improve our individual and organizational effectiveness. Anticipate the needs of the workforce, and champion career development and professional growth. We need to enhance services through innovation and creativity, and demonstrate and maintain a healthy work environment, both physically and mentally. In the values to practice, it's integrity, teamwork, change and innovation, advocacy, and quality results. I wasn't here for the last year's meeting, so the accomplishment, the goals that were presented last year might have been deviated because when I came in and I started receiving requests of the needs, I had to assess what was urgent or critical that needed to be dealt with. So for the ones that were here last year, if you don't see that some of the accomplishments have to do with those goals, that's the reason why. Starting with talent acquisition, which pretty much is the new term for recruitment. I heard the presentation from every department so far, and there's a need citywide for talent to bring in qualified individuals. And obviously, coming from a large city, I see the challenges that we face here in San Luis because of the market being so small. But still, I want to say that there was great improvement in bringing in talent this last year as compared to the year before. There were 78 jobs posted last year, or yes, from July 1, the numbers are through April. And from those, we received 2,600 applications, which is almost 1,200 more than the previous year. There were 65 sets of interviews held, and 246 candidates were interviewed, from which 57 new hires were processed. We're also working on internships with the local colleges. 2 of them, we have a civil engineer that is gonna work with Eulogio's area. We also have someone for the prosecutor's office, and we're working on 2 others. One of them is in IT, and one, I believe, in the administration office. We have placed 30 volunteers, And we also secured a contract with temporary agency HireQuest to fill in some of the gaps while we fill the positions with regular employees. We have placed a total of 19 temporary employees throughout the city. We have participated in several career and job fairs, and we implemented the City of San Luis' own Career Day, in which we invited departments to come and showcase their department and their positions.
How was that turnout on the career day?
It was great, and we actually did receive many applications after that. We will continue to hold those throughout the year. It was the first one. But just like other departments, I also have vacancies, so it's hard to meet all those needs. But it was great. It was a good turnout. Also on the accomplishments, we enhanced the performance evaluation program. I lost my train of thought. So we are now following up and sending friendly reminders to departments because we want to make sure that employees are evaluated and that they are evaluated timely. Out of the almost 300 employees, we have been able to secure 219 evaluations, but we will continue our efforts. That's the accomplishment. I'll touch on what we're doing new later on the goals for the year. Assignment changes, we hear the needs of everyone, and so we have been processing and assessing a lot of temporary assignments, internal promotions. We believe in promoting within if the candidates are qualified for the positions. And that is something that we're gonna have to do more going forward because of the shortage of job seekers out there. We have to find creative ways to mentor our employees and give them the opportunities to grow within the city. With the assignment changes, we had 21 so far since July 1 and 19 promotions within the city. There were a total of 42 terminations, and that is a combination of retirements, of voluntary resignations, as well as discharges. But I want to say that the previous year, there were 52 terminations, so we went down a little. Obviously, we have to do better in retention, but it looks good that the numbers are going down. Other enhancements in programs where we continue working on the department manual, but it's not complete yet. We enhanced the employee relations program. That is a program that needed a lot of help when I first came. Some of the discipline items were not being addressed. The program was enhanced, and so far, and I know, I don't know if I should feel proud of that, but I do feel proud that the supervisors are doing better and maintaining appropriate documentation. So I shouldn't feel proud to say we have 30 disciplinary actions so far that have been administered, but before they were not being addressed. Under compliance, there were a couple of other things that were accomplished, like eliminating the COVID protocol that had not been changed, and we were already past COVID for some time, or at least the great pandemic, because there are still cases right now, but not as much. And the vehicle policy that was updated in collaboration with risk management and legal. The three departments that obviously have the majority of employees within the city are police, fire, and public works. So sometimes it may seem like we give more attention to some areas, but that's the reason why, because they have so many positions, is that the need is gonna look greater in those areas. So one of the first departments that I worked on when I came in that had a great need was water and wastewater within public works. And there was a restructure of those departments with the operators and chief operators. Their salary was adjusted, and we developed a sort of a succession plan within the department that outlines career paths for employees, so they know what it needs to move from operator 1 to 2, what certifications they have to take, and the city is actually paying for the education and for those certifications. Coupled with that, Human Resources started a career development program. So when employees want to express an interest that they want to grow within the city, we bring them into HR to find out what exactly is their interest. And we're putting a career development plan in place. And we will be monitoring that and ensuring that the employee is following through and completing, and that will meet the deadlines, because we do want to keep our talent in-house. So we want to do any effort we can to maintain them here. Also with the training and development in collaboration with Maria Savori and risk management, we provided training for safety. We provided training for new supervisors, and also implemented an apprenticeship program. Within Public Works, we have placed 4 people, 2 in water and 2 in wastewater, that started this program. It's part of the mentorship as well to have them grow within the city. And we want to expand that throughout the city in other areas as well. We haven't completed the full-blown salary and compensation study, but throughout the year, we have been studying several positions, like the positions in Public Works, water, wastewater. We've done some in police department, and there's been situations where an employee wants to leave because of pay, and we've been faced with the the opportunity to counter offer them so they don't go, or if we're bringing someone new, instead of paying them the beginning of the grade as it is the usual practice, we are taking into consideration their background and paying them higher than the beginning of the grade. And that's part of the list of positions that we have studied throughout the year. In terms of, I'm not changing this, I forgot. Susan gave a great presentation yesterday on the benefits administration, and she did communicate on the change of TPA, stop loss, and all the changes we're doing in benefits. We successfully accomplished the wellness fair. Open enrollment is still going on, and the deadline to submit changes for that is going to be May 8th. So please make sure to provide us with your changes if you will have to go through that. Throughout the year, there's been 60 enrollments of benefits process. And it's more than the new hires, because we don't process new enrollments only when there's a new hire, but also when someone goes on an extended leave of absence and the benefits have to end, but they come back, it's processed as new enrollment. We also have several events throughout the year that were successful. The annual recognition event in December, the picnic, and other events throughout the year, like the Thanksgiving luncheon we did for employees, ice cream socials, contests, and few others. Here are some pictures of the events. Now, I want to say that we find that there is more participation when we make it competitive. When we announce that departments with the most participation will win a prize, that's when we see more, and we'll probably have to do that for the wellness program as well, because we don't get a lot of people signing up for those programs. But you could see parks, that picture in the middle at the bottom, that was for promoting women heart health. We're ready in February, so they had the most participation. In terms of goals and objectives to achieve next year, we will be transferring risk management to the Human Resources Department. Communication and collaboration has happened with finance and with city administration. And it's been determined that it's best that it falls under HR. So that will happen on July 1st. And also the operation of human resources will be moving to the Fernando Padilla location. And as soon as the location is ready for us, I'm not sure if it'll be in July or before that. Now, obviously, we hear all departments and we hear the need for talent, and we are gonna work on strategies to attract more talent and retain them. We want to revamp the onboarding process. We need more technology, and we need to look at innovation, because I see that that is one of the areas that sometimes challenges us. There's a lot of processing still that is paperwork, and there are systems out there that we could utilize, but that is something that we're gonna look into in our innovation area on the goals. We wanna promote equity in pay. We have done some studies. We did a law enforcement survey, and from there is what prompted the incentive program. We still need to look at the base pay, but we want to do ongoing studies of positions throughout the year to ensure that we can attract talent to San Luis and that we can keep them here. And obviously, as mentioned before, we want to continue to promote professional development. We will collaborate with department heads to assess what are their needs so that we can ensure that our training and development programs align to the goals of the department as well as of the employee. We will implement a learning management system, and that is something that we already researched and got the quote. We will be buying some licenses, and those licenses can be used by different employees. It's actually a system, so any courses the employee completes will keep records there from where we can pull statistical reporting. And depending on how that goes for next year, I may ask for more money to expand the number of licenses we will get. We'll continue the development of succession planning. We started with public works, but we need to do it for every department so that eventually we can have a plan for the whole city, and apprenticeship programs. And also developing in-house training. And on that is, it's more on the basic side, on the how-to, where we have new supervisors that don't know how to process something with HR, how to do an evaluation, how to request the promotion. So we will develop small courses for that, and either have offer classes for all supervisors or have one-on-one with departments or with a person. We plan to continue process improvements. We will finish the department policy manual. We will increase awareness of employment laws and agencies, policies, and regulations. I started a position management process in collaboration with finance, and I would like to finish that as well because it's gonna make things easier. There's a lot of confusion now when we don't know what positions departments have vacant. And with budget allocated to post them, we have situations where we posted positions and they were not funded. But that's because we don't have a position management system. And I plan to work on that this year. And we currently have NeoGov recruit and perform applications, but we're not utilizing them to their full potential. So we will work on that to implement the additional functionality, which is gonna make processes more streamlined and less paperwork.
Adela, explain how that works, the NeoGov.
NeoGov? We use NeoGov is our applicant tracking system on the recruiting side. So applicants submit their application through that system, but it wasn't developed to, like I said, to the full potential that the system does have the capabilities, but it needs more development. So right now, applications are reviewed one by one instead of setting criteria in the system, so the system can evaluate based on the criteria we write. And then there's also another side of the system that is called the Online Hiring Center, that the hiring departments can actually have access to that area of the system, complete requisition online and send it through workflow to get approvals of department head, of finance, and finally get to HR. And then from there, the posting gets developed. So right now we do everything manually with paper, and the system has the workflow to support that. And then when once applications get pre-screened, the department head can actually see the applications that we refer to them from their office. They don't have to get a paper copy of the application, or they don't have to come to HR to review them. They will get access and be able to review what HR is referring to them at their desk. That's one part of the system, and the other one is performance that not much has been done with that. We are not doing anything with performance yet, and that's one of the other projects that we're going to be working this year on. So I touched already on the innovation. I like technology, and I like for processes to be streamlined and not waste time doing so much paperwork processes. So I have a few things there that are needed. Enhancing the branding of the agency and marketing of positions. We need to redesign the HR part of the website so that it is more attractive and more user-friendly. And we also need to expand on the branding of the agency. We noticed that we got like 1,200 more applications this year just by going out and posting on special associations and LinkedIn and other platforms where jobs were not being advertised. So it does expand the exposure of the city. We will continue to promote wellness and work-life balance. I will reach out to department heads to get their buy-in on this, because we do see the claims and we do notice what are those conditions where we have the highest claims. And diabetes and hypertension are two of them. And we initiated a partnership with the Yuma County Health Department for prevention of diabetes and hypertension. And we promote it, but we don't get anybody signing in for the program. And so we haven't been able to hold any sessions. And we don't want to pinpoint, which we could from the claims, but we don't want to do that because then we don't want to get in problems with ADA. So if we can get that assistance to get a promotion, that would be great. And continue to promote collaboration and teamwork, improve the workplace relationships. I attended a conference recently, and it was on talent and retention. And some of the things that they were telling us there to do, obviously we all know that the unemployment rates are down, and that's great on one side of the economy, but it is not good for agencies that are competing to bring job seekers in, because then that makes that competition even worse. Like we are seeing with public safety. If the agency that provides the larger signing bonus and the higher base rate is the one that is going to take the few job seekers that are out there. So we need to be creative on finding strategies so that we can attract them to San Luis. Some of the things they were saying was to do incentive programs, which is something we're already doing. And it was nice to hear confirmation that some of the things that we already started in San Luis are on the right path, because they were talking about doing incentives and perks, doing apprenticeship and mentorship programs, which we already started, and career paths. And those are three things that are already happening here. There is, as I mentioned, when I first got here last year, there were only 3 people in HR. And there's a few more now, but we still want to provide the best service that we can to the departments. We hear the needs and we want to do the best we can to staff their departments. And because of that, I'm asking for a position at management level because all the staff I have are coordinators and I cannot expect them to make decisions. So when I'm out, it challenges HR. And so I want to be able to have someone that can cover if I'm out, or also to tackle those big projects that we have that we can because of the day-to-day operation, such as the study of salaries, the implementation or additional functionality of systems. Another person is needed to focus on some of those bigger projects.
A question on that one?
Yes.
Prior, your position was classified as manager, then they changed it to director. Was that because they removed that from the classification, or would that be a new position? This is confused.
The position, I think, was reclassified, was it a couple of times, Monica?
At one time, it used to be, you used to be the human resources manager. And then when they did the salary study and all that, they said it should be a director. So that's what I'm asking, would this be a manager position? Is that not going against that study, or is that was part of this thing? Or explain that to me.
Okay.
When the CPS study gave its recommendation, the position for HR was as an HR manager, the same as economic development manager, and I think there is IT manager, right?
Right.
So those 3 positions were in that classification. At one point, by recommendation of the city administrator, it was not a classification change, but just the title. And I think that maybe it might have to do more with being able to hire, because it was a difficult position to fill. But the classification did not change, only the title, as far as I am aware.
So,
And yeah, maybe you'll be able to give more explanations than me.
and don't get me wrong, because that means you're the third department that doesn't have an assistant as a director. So I'm not going, that's what you're, I'm just clarifying all these past years. Yeah, so that would be your assistant, it's just the word manager part then.
So the salary survey throughout, when it finally happened throughout the HR manager, IT manager,
Development.
economic development manager, senior services, and I'm missing a 5th one that I cannot remember. So the salary study CPS said that those were to be managers. The person that it was promoted at the time to the director position was a director already, and that person had been here for more than 28, 30 years. So in lieu of that person that was helping me out, I left that position as director, acknowledging that whenever that person left, the employment was going to be open and recruited for as HR manager. That person that was the director, herself didn't self-demoted, the position that was demoted or the classification, but she found out what I had done. It was me to leave it as. I'm sorry, people don't like referring me back to that, but I mean, there's.
This is a good example. Yeah.
There's no other way for me to say, well, when I did it, that one I did it. And you're not gonna like the next comment though, but so I did that part, and in lieu of whenever the person retired or resigned or whatever, we were gonna open as a manager. And then council decided that it was gonna be a director position. And to answer, and I had the same question, what is warranting the HR manager position rather than the analyst position that you already have, that is supposed to be like right under you to be the person making decisions when the HR director is not here?
That's not what I was asking.
Well, I'm asking that.
Because someone that is not at management level, it's not on their job description to make decisions and when we're talking about fairness, I don't know if we want someone from that level to be making decisions that are for management. So if I'm out and I know because I've heard some and I don't want to say frustration, but some departments have come to me and say, when you're not here, no one is giving us answers, and even for simple things, which, you know, those things I address in my office, but in the classification of analysts, it does not indicate that they would make decisions for the department,
The salary survey does not indicate that,
not in the job description.
but the study. What was adopted by council.
Would you mean for the analysts? I'm referring to the job description, so I am not sure. I have to review that report from the salary study, but I think that the job descriptions were written based on the study.
But the study they weren't, so the way that it came back, it was
But an analyst would make decisions.
correct.
Oh,
And it was,
maybe you should come work and that.
It's because they're having several administration throughout these past 5 years, and there have been many changes. Initially, the position of analyst, it was not an analyst position, it was a senior position. It was a senior HR analyst position. So, and that, I don't want to say names, but now the prior administrator made a decision of opening that position as a HR analyst instead of
Not me.
And I'm not saying, I'm just saying in one point, so that pretty much left the child with no senior staff, only the HR director.
And the only reason I brought it up is not because it's just, I want to make sure we're using the right titles because I don't want 4 years from now saying, hey, we got to rename everything. You guys started again going off of that report that we paid. So they should make sure we're following the titles correctly, and if we need to change director back to manager and make the other person an assistant, just make sure you guys are doing it the right way. That's how I was trying to get it.
I understand, and like Monica says, there's a lot of history, a lot of administrations. I'm just going by how I'm structuring the department right now, the needs I have. And I feel that what I need is a second person in charge, so that they can help with those based on the scope of responsibility that I'm gonna give that person, it needs to be management.
Because down the road, you hire a manager in a position and they tell us to change it to an assistant. And then you get hurt. You know, I'm just trying to avoid those issues that we had.
And truly, it could be either, you know, an assistant director or a manager, but someone that can function as the second person.
Right. That part I get. Yeah, that part I get it. It's just. Cool.
Anybody else? Olivia, you were going.
I just told Manny I'm gonna get a chaser and I'm gonna start tasting. We ready? Anybody else?
yes, thank you, Adela, and it's great that you're getting the help that HR needs. I mean, I understand where you're coming from 100%. It's great that you're gonna be finally using NeoGov the way it should be, had been used since we first acquired, but again, you know, due to lack of manpower, we couldn't. I do have a couple of questions though. The risk management to HR. I tried to do that and they said no, that it had to go to finance or the legal department. What changed?
I don't have the history. Now with
Because of the workers' comp,
right.
which is employment related. There's been a workers' comp. It's easier for HR to make those decisions than finance. They end up in HR.
That was my argument. Back then, that's what I'm saying, what changed, because that was my same argument when it's HR.
It's due. It's overdue.
Okay, and when And I'm glad you're working on equity pay, but when you talk about counter offers, are you talking about a specialized position that you counter offer them for not to leave, or who would you counter offer to stay? And does that create an inequality with their peers if they
Yes.
have any?
I'm glad you mentioned that. It would be a specialized position because we have some here in the city. It's so small here. It's an adjustment for me because I come from where we work with thousands of employees. But sometimes we have to wear so many different hats, and there is one person that it's the only person that does a function. And those are the situations where we assess if we counter offer the person to save them and have them stay here. Now, if it was a position where, you know, it's a clerk and we have 30 clerks, I wouldn't do that because then that means I have to adjust 30 clerks and it's a bigger financial impact. So it's specialized positions where there's a one person shop, pretty much.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that's it from me.
Well, case in point, let me add to that. We have, and he just walked out, Joaquin. He's the only one that is certified certain certifications, okay? And this is where it comes, and we trusting that you are working towards that if he decides to leave or retire, that there's somebody that is going to step into his shoes. Because there's some positions that we don't have, who's gonna take over? So when they decide to go, they got a better offer. The city does not have any other choice to say how much more are you gonna get paid and you match it, or you gotta go over that to entice them to stay.
Right.
Right?
Yes, and that's what we're working because I think to improve morale of employees, we need to do things so that we don't even get to that point where we have to counteroffer that they're happy and they want to be here because they're getting paid what they should be getting paid. And that we also have an environment and a culture that they feel welcome, you know, that they don't want to leave. Any other comments, questions? If not, thank you so much. Thank you for your work.
Next presenter is the city clerk's office, and it'll be Melissa Lopez, deputy city clerk.
That's a good one, girl. You're good at race. That's the resolution, all right? Yeah.
So funny.
Good afternoon, members of council and mayor. I'm going to present the accomplishments for the department in 2022. Some of the accomplishments, the city clerk was able to continue to raise awareness of and enforcement of records management, as it provides many benefits to the city and our people we serve. In 2022, our office received, processed, and completed a total of 147 public records requests.
141 from David Lara.
It's so bad, say that.
Our office also processed and prepared 40 council agenda packets for a total of 40 meetings. We also conducted, in conjunction with the Yuma County Election Services, the city held its primary and general elections, where an election was held for a seat of the mayor and 3 council members. Our department also launched the public records request portal on the city's website. The portal enables residents and visitors to electronically submit public record requests in an easy and faster approach. For budget, for next fiscal year budget, 2023-2024, we don't have major changes. The only change in our budget, it'll be in the salaries, which this is because the position of the office assistant, which is currently in the administration budget, will be transferred to the city clerk's office. And this is the end of my presentation. Our department consists of 3 people. Right now, it's Sonia Cornelio, the city clerk, Melissa Lopez, the deputy city clerk, and Francia Alonso. She has been promoted to our public information officer. So this created a vacancy in our department. It's currently in the jobs of being advertised to hire a new person. And next fiscal year, we're gonna have our office assistant, and that will create an office of 4 people.
And adding on that, Francia is doing 2 jobs at a time.
Yes.
She's being overworked. Just to put it up there, because not because she got promoted, it means that she's not doing the other one, so.
Yes, it's gonna be more jobs.
Yes.
So you guys,
That's not Susan.
so do you have any questions?
Questions, comments?
So congrats on separating promoted to carry for the 6th time. I do have a question though, on the office assistant, shouldn't that be an administrative coordinator like it was before? Or are we sure? Because there was an error there with. We had one.
The city clerk is currently working with the HR department and the Department of Finance to promote. Would that be the person? To promote the office assistant to an administrative assistant, but it's in the works.
But it's not an admin coordinator because I had one in public works and then one in city admin that was overlooked. That they were either office assistant or administrative assistant, but should have been admin coordinator. I don't know what her duties are. I'm just asking. So she's not doing anything related to.
No, it's, and maybe, maybe this would be better. Adela can answer that, but the position requested were admin assistant, not admin coordinator, and the job and responsibilities is determined that is a position where it be placed, yes.
I thought it was so coordinated.
No, that's assistant.
Well,
Yeah.
There you go.
Anything else? Thank you, Melissa.
Our next presenter is the Information Technology Department, Derek Dueñas, IT Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and colleagues. I'm Derek Dueñas, IT Manager. You can see the organizational chart for the Information Technology Department. As you can see, we do have 2 administrators. It's divided into security, which that falls under Fernando Corona. He's behind me. John Dumaday, he handles the IT systems. We do have a part-time administrative assistant, which it's one of the requests I have for the next fiscal year is trying to make that position into a full-time. We recently promoted one of our, actually he was our help desk technician, Jose Serra. He was promoted into the IT specialist position. And we do have 2 IT technicians, Rowan Lopez and Axel Chayla. Right now, we have the help desk technician position, which is vacant. But we're actually in the hiring process for that position. which I'm really glad it seems that we did get a good candidate. I'm very excited that we're gonna have a department's gonna be full. We've had a lot of decisions that have been going to better paying positions somewhere else. And it takes time trying to get some of those specialized positions. Some of the accomplishments that we had this year include cybersecurity training for city staff. It might not seem like much, but having this security administrator position, Fernando Corona, he's been doing a great job training employees. We started in October. We've had several trainings for employees. It's something that we want to continue doing. We've seen it has been a big impact. We've seen employees that are more aware. They're catching things that they wouldn't do before, especially in emails. I think everybody here has received emails with scams or phishing attempts. So I'm very grateful for Fernando. I think he's doing a great job, like I said. And we want to continue doing those security trainings. This year we were awarded a cybersecurity awareness training application or software from the state of Arizona. We're planning on rolling out that training or those trainings within a couple of months. Well, I know Fernando has a lot of work ahead of him. The other thing that we did, implementation of Office 365 products. It's still being implemented. It's a complete suite of applications that go in within Office 365. The biggest application that we wanted to move forward with was email, because that's what we use the most. We rely on email. We've seen what happens if the email is not working. We see the impact that it has on departments and employees themselves. So email is priority. Now that we have done the migration completely, we want to focus on SharePoint. SharePoint is an intranet site. I know it's something that we've been asked before. We need a way to share, to collaborate with employees, a way to share documents in between departments. So SharePoint, that's going to take care of that problem, but it's a work in progress. And it does take time, especially the training part. That's something that I see that we are lacking. We get applications, but employees that are trained on them, because of the turnover, they take that information or that knowledge with them, and nobody was passed down that information. So it's something that we're also trying to address. The user training, two-factor authentication. That's something that we did recently, and we're still working on it. We're trying to not only make it for cloud applications, but we also want to do it for computer systems. When anybody wants to log into a computer system that's from the city of San Luis, we want them to authenticate, and that's one of the recommendations from cybersecurity experts. Capital projects, I didn't have many of them. I think it was about 3 of them, and they were all replacements of obsolete or near obsolete equipment. It was computer replacements, which is something that we do every year. And yes, for the record, it's our life cycle for equipment is 5 years. So anything that's nearing those 5 years or anything that is no longer usable for employees, we put it on the list, and that's what gets replaced. And that's the same for servers and any type of networking equipment as well. And we also did our audio and video equipment for the council chamber. And all those 3 projects that were approved to be purchased within funds from this fiscal year.
There, on the audio video equipment, how does it work with the partnership with the county? The county has that channel that they cast the meetings and all that stuff. Are we able to piggyback with them on their county channel, or how does that work? Will you be able to do that with the equipment?
No, we have looked into it before. We spoke with Spectrum. We would need a dedicated channel in order to do that. Plus purchase special equipment. The equipment, I don't remember the exact amount, but it's really expensive.
Okay, I thought it was a public channel that was offered as.
No, my understanding is that they used to offer it many years ago, but once they moved, I think it was Time Warner Cable, when they were bought off, they changed that completely. So now, if we want to go that route, we will have to pay for those services. Some of the objectives for the next fiscal year include implementing or continue to implement the recommendations for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, it's the number one thing that I have on my mind. It's every day. It's constantly changing. We don't know what's gonna be next. But it takes a lot of, especially for now, it takes a lot of his time because we do have partnerships with other agencies and we get all this information and we have to go through it. And we need to make sure if it's something that affects us, then how are you gonna take care of it? Research takes a lot of our time, especially for Fernando, like I mentioned. If we want to continue to increase the cybersecurity awareness, like I mentioned before, we are getting software from the state, which we plan on implementing within the next couple of months. Increase high availability of services. What I mean by that is we have been working internally to run fiber optic cable between buildings. Public Works and Parks have been helping with that project. It's an ongoing project. We see the benefit of owning our own fiber optic cable, especially, there shouldn't be any reason to pay a service Spectrum if it's expensive. We don't get the same quality of service that we want to. When we have buildings that are really close proximity, and the fiber optic cable, the price for that has gone. It's a huge difference. I mean, it's not that expensive to run our own fiber cables. So that's what I mean by increasing our high availability of services, running fiber optic cable, and the other one is leveraging cloud services. Now that we have gone to Office 365, there's a lot of things that we can do from the cloud itself. So we're trying to leverage that. It's a work in progress, it takes a lot of time. But once we have that completed, the idea is that everything that we can do within City Hall or the police department, we can do it anywhere else. And that ties into our business continuity plan. Recently, we had a power outage, and there's ways that we can continue working, but there's some legwork that needs to be done beforehand. And training, of course, that's a big part of it. We need to make sure that employees know what to do in case that there's a power outage. There's ways that we can continue working. Another one that it's a big one to me. It's IT policy implementation, and that goes for not just for trying to keep control of any application or software that's being purchased through the city. It also helps the city itself. We need to make sure that employees are aware what's acceptable. Because I think that the policies that we have in place right now, at least for the IT department, they're not very clear. And also technology keeps changing. So what was acceptable a couple years ago, might not be acceptable right now. And the last objective that I have is user training for our enterprise applications. Like I mentioned, we do have office products, but it's a collection of applications, and each one we need to train our employees so that they know how to leverage that. There's a lot of automation tools that we have at our disposal, but employees don't know how to use them to apply it to their processes. So it's something that we are aware, and that ties into position that I'm asking for is the business application specialist position. I want to leverage that position to be able to help other departments look at their processes and provide a solution or recommendation. Let them know what's available, what applications we have to offer, so that they know how can we help them through software that we already have. I have the slides, but I think I just skipped through all of them. And for the user training part, it's not only Office 365 products. Another thing that I want the business application specialist position to take care of is the New World ERP. Like I said, there's a big turnover of employees. They take whatever they learn, they go somewhere else, and then someone new comes in, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to work the system. So we need to make sure that somebody that's going to stay here, we need to make sure that there's proper documentation for any new employee that comes in. They're given the proper training, proper documentation, somewhere that they can rely back in case that they need any help. So that's a purpose for that business application specialist position. And I think that's all I have.
Comments, questions?
Derek, is New World adapting to changes these past few years? I know they were a hard system to work together with different departments, but have they got better or?
So New World was spun off by Pilot Technology. Pilot Technologies does have other applications, and they're making sure that their applications, they all communicate in some way. I do have concerns about the software. I don't like that way that they work, where it only integrates with their own systems. It should be easy for us to integrate with other applications without having to pay them to do any special type of integration.
I don't have the API keys integration, none of that.
They do, but it's very hard to try and work with them and do those integrations. And if you want to go that route, they always ask you for, oh, you need to spend this. And it not always works.
Yep.
Well, and the only reason I bring it up is we've talked about this in the past years, but it's one of the things that might need to be the 5 to 10 year planning session, because what did this cost us? That sound like $1 million and something?
It is, and you're absolutely right. Like I said, I do have concerns about the ERP system that we're using. I do want to use this position to look for other ERP systems. Please look for something that works for every department. Right now, it might work for a department, but it only works 80% for another department. So to me, that's not very efficient. But having this business application specialist position, that's one of their main goals or main tasks that we have. It's like.
Anybody else? Questions, comments?
Yes, why did you? Not get rid, but why did you remove the person second in command of your organizational chart? Which are you looking at, the book or the? Which are you looking at? The one he presented, which is the one in your hand. I don't see that one. Someone second in command. And I don't see that graphic arts specialist there anymore. Can you tell me why?
The graphics arts position was moved to economic development. And we didn't have the network administrator before. That's a fairly new position. And it's equal to the previous administrative position that I had, which was under Jonathan.
Answer my question. Why you don't have someone second in command and remove the graphic specialist? And if you want a business application position, maybe it should be a communications department and we need to find a director for it, or?
I can address that.
Councilmember, De La Hoya, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a communications division, because what we had is we had PIO and administration, we have the graphic designer and economic development, we have the video and video producer on IT, so they were all spread. And so what we're trying to do is combine them into administration and create a communications division. It's gonna take us time, probably not for the next fiscal year to really create that division, but we're trying to bring them all together into one area and eventually create the communications division, not this fiscal year, but the next. So that's our intent, because all of the communication should come from administration to the public.
One shot. There we go. It is a wonderful idea. It takes time to put it together, but it needed to be done.
I have a question.
Yes.
Josue, isn't he a public safety specialist?
So when Fernando applied for the networking position, his title was, it had the public safety. One of the things that we looked at is that we can't, it's really hard to find somebody with those specific requirements for public safety. It is something that once they come into the organization, they're gonna have to learn that.
Yeah.
So speaking with HR, I believe that was a recommendation to keep it just IT specialist, and we can use that position for anything within that level. So even though the position says IT specialist, we're exclusively using it mainly for public safety.
And in this book, it shows public safety, right? But not on the screen. To answer your concern, they have it on this book. So yeah.
I may add though, it's because public safety, we have a lot of issues and we do require that specialized service because we're working with different in the CAD system. We provide a lot of specialized training to that individual and then they go because they are commodity everywhere else. So even though they're being hired as an IT specialist, we still upfront a lot of the specialized training. So I think for us, public safety, we deserve at least somebody to handle our needs because we have a lot of issues. Especially now with the possible transition from Tyler Technology to something else, maybe to Central Square. It'll be something that person will go assess and get super familiar with the system and provide that feedback because at the end of the day, him and YRCS are going to be linked up together to try to resolve those issues with integration, which we know what Tyler Tech is about integration. Everything costs money. And we're trying to get systems that help us do more than what Tyler does allow us. So that's just my 2 cents.
Absolutely, same thing, just to reiterate his point is, I think Josue has been working with us tremendously, just like Fernando was, so I believe funding is some of the funding coming from us? Or no?
Again, I think the thinking, public safety is something separate from the general fund. Yeah, public safety is part of the general fund, IT is the general fund, so regardless, like at the end of the day, we are finance, we provide service to public safety as well as IT, and we are dedicated to serving in our best capacity, all of your needs.
Not the ambulance, though. Ambulance.
Well, the ambulance is an enterprise and there's a staff for that as an enterprise, but public safety definitely, again, like the mayor asked a question, which I answered earlier, and at the end of the day, we're here to serve everybody.
But I think the chief's concern is that some of the funding from this budget is being assigned for that IT specialist. Make sure that IT specialist, like it shows here, is public safety is for them and not having to teach or work with 5 different people in the department. So I get what you're saying, but he just wants confirmation that whoever that IT specialist, public safety is the one that they're assigned, and it's.
Yes, I think.
And that's what Derek is saying is true.
It's, my understanding,
It doesn't show up in
it's
the-
100% coming out of IT budget.
So what is it?
It's 100% coming out of the IT budget.
So what happened to the idea of having an IT
It's dedicated.
specialist housed at the PD with a proper background that would help fire and PD?
That's what I want. We understand that the money comes out of the same pocket. Basically, what we're trying to get to is that that person is dedicated to public safety. Because
What I'm saying, what happened to that idea? I mean, I'm asking.
It was, Fernando was there.
It still works the way, the only thing that we did and why I noticed from Fernando was the first specialist for public safety that we had. It didn't work out as planned. What we're saying is that police and fire, they were coming to him for anything, and it could be anything very small, like plugging in a computer or plugging in a new monitor, replacing a monitor. But the position itself is a specialist position. So we do have a help desk, we do have 2 technicians. The only thing that we did is that now Josue, he, as an IT specialist, he can delegate any of those tickets for PD that are level 1 or level 2 tickets. He can assign it to help desk or the 2 technicians.
So, PD chief, are you conducting the proper background and all them to be touching or seeing your screens?
they are.
Yes. Totally, the whole background for a PD employee?
But did all of them or just Josue?
Just for flight.
Well, Fernando before.
So,
But anybody can work. Any
and in reality, as far as the background, something that I'm working with HR as well is trying to become less restrictive, to be more attractive, so people can transfer to us, and without compromising security or the integrity of it. We Adela and I both agree that if an employee of the city, if they have access to a bunch of other confidential information, we need to trust our employees to some level, but we're not going away with certain things that we do on our background just for it's not good practice. But we're trying to just mitigate stuff, something in the process to ensure that civilian employees have an easier way than a police officer, which obviously requires a little bit more.
Okay, that word is gonna be on me. At the end of the day, are you guys getting what you guys need from IT? Yes or no?
No, not to the full extent, not to the full extent.
Okay,
Not-
Okay, and then let's work with that, okay? That's. Thank you. Anything else? If not, let's move to the next one.
So ban request.
This year.
This here. I didn't have one because I need it.
They have one.
I need a new one.
For the Tree Center and Street Management, Monica Castro, Director of Finance.
Afternoon. I will be presenting, Good afternoon, I will be presenting on behalf of Maria Savoy. She cannot be here, so I will be doing the presentation on her behalf. As we heard from Mrs. Cortez, right now, risk management falls under finance. So it will be about me to give this presentation. So what is the purpose of risk management? Risk management works to ensure the safety of our employees and the public, as well as preventing financial loss from related to city property. And the first slide shows you information about the claims that we received in the year 2023. The first portion is related to property, and it amounted to $75,000. This is more than last year. This year we had a big claim related to the Padilla Center, the roof. That's pretty much the reason that it is high. But the good news is in workers' compensation, it went low. The claim paid were $29,000. Last year, I think they were about $50,000, so they were reduced. For the dividend received, we received a dividend in 2022 at $240,000. That has been very consistent with prior years. We hope that for the 23 year, we stay the same level, even though that we don't take that much into consideration for budgeting purposes. It's something that we might get or we might not get. What are some of the things or accomplishments that risk management has done in 2023? Back in 2019, we started a partnership with OSHA to study a program. This program is designed to improve the safety of our employees. OSHA comes quarterly to our city, and they go to the different departments, evaluate and identify areas that needs improvement. We take action, and in 2022, we received an award from OSHA recognizing the hard efforts of the city in improving the safety of our employees. In this year, we have received 6 visits, and all the departments have been very helpful in addressing the areas that are noted to them. And I just want to mention that I arrived here in 2018, and I think that pretty much risk management was something that it was very like trying to change the culture in the city, put it in our forefront. And there has been a lot of improvement, but I gotta say that still there's so much that needs to be done in this area. These are some of the programs that Maria has been working on. The first one is the origami certificate of insurance system. This system allows us, or will allow us, to track the certificate of insurance of our vendors. We will know when they expire. Right now, there's not a method, or we don't have a system to track it. This put the city in a great risk, because pretty much we are contracting vendors without the proper coverage. At the end of the day, the city can be liable. This is something that has been in the works. Also, she's been working on safety and health policies. For 2022, Maria was approved a consultant to help her draft some safety programs that the city urgently needs. Right now, she has not been able to complete that process. She's received that draft for the consultant. She has to review it. I think that the initial draft has about 7 programs, but the city right now needs about 30 programs. The city vehicle use policy, this is something that HR mentions. Maria working in collaboration with HR and legal to draft this policy. And this was adopted a couple of months back. And right now she's working on gathering and compiling the information for the vehicles for the renewal of insurance. Also, she's working on the HASCAM booking program. This program is intended to provide guidelines to exposures related to working with hazardous materials. She did a respirator program for the water department and parks grounds. And evaluation implementation of the safety training that is ongoing. It is an ongoing software that allows employees to take critical trainings to promote safety in the workplace. Recently, we got access to the driver's license database. So she is working in implementing a system and how to track the employees that drive city vehicles to ensure that the records are clean to reduce liability. Also, ongoing as part of her work, she does risk assessment every time that there is an activity, something going on in the city is something we don't think that the amount of work that it takes or all the potential risks that can happen just by a simple, like maybe just being here, everything poses a risk and that part, she takes it very seriously. She's always looking at things that might pose a danger and how to prevent them. Also, she's working in collaboration with HR about the internship program and drop-off program and how to bring in people on an interim basis, how to reduce the risk and ensure that they have all the requirements to be working at the city on a temporary basis. Trainings are extremely important. The trainings, they provide knowledge and skills needed to our workers to work safety and avoid hazards that can place themselves in danger or others. In this year, she had 5 trainings in person, and she did a lot of trainings online. This is something that also takes a lot of her time, organizing them, setting them up, coordinating. And for 2024, the only budget request that she is asking, or we are asking, right now on finance, but this will go to Adela next year, is a safety officer. Like I mentioned, risk management covers a lot of areas, not just one. It covers workers' compensation, it covers property laws, and it covers safety. Right now, she has been trying to do the 3 things by herself. It's just one person department. Last year, she got a part-time person. We have something that claims. And that's great because before it was difficult, like that type of work requires a very specialized knowledge, and there was nobody here in the city that will have that knowledge. Right now, she's training this girl, and they're working on the workers' comp losses and property. But the safety programs, that's another huge area. Like I mentioned, the city needs about 30 programs. Since the beginning of the year, she started working with a consultant, but it takes time. She needs to talk to the consultant. She needs to revise the information that she gets, so she cannot advance as fast as she needs to. And we're talking about the safety of our employees. So we would have hoped that by this time she would have completed the programs that she needed. But it's time. She has to prioritize. What does she do? Does she do this, workers' comp, or does she does the property? So the safety program has been in the back burner. Right now, she hasn't even completed one of the ones that she had in her goals. So that's what we thought that maybe the contracting approach was not working because it requires time also to supervise and coordinate with a consultant. She needs somebody that already has the knowledge that can take on and hit the ground running without letting them know what they need to do. So this is the only request we are asking for risk management. All the other areas of the budget pretty much are about the same We're expecting an increase in the insurance due to the addition of the fire station and vehicles that we are purchasing. But aside from that, I think very much it's staying very aligned, and that's pretty much all that.
Questions, comments? If not. To the last one.
Okay, so I think it's important, Mayor, that we review the CIP.
Yeah.
And if everybody have a look at their own respective items, right?
Mayor, council, the last portion of the session, like I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we would like to get some direction from council in regards to the CIP. I know that I present two strategies of whereas reducing operational expenses or CIP. I'm not sure exactly in which direction council is moving on. All of us, we believe that maybe the easiest way of going is CIP rather than going into the operational that has to do with the employees' salary adjustments and other operational costs. But let us know if you wanna like go into the list, and maybe you can give us some direction, at least of your priorities of what it is. So we can have some guidance after this budget retreat on what to reduce, because we need to reduce. And we don't want to reduce anything that is important for all of you. And if you want, we can go in order by department, and you can. Managers, also the page 153, you have all the capital projects of the budget book if you wanna.
How much these estimates for roof repairs, are these actually estimates or employee or directors?
The roof and the paint.
The roof and the paint.
Like the roof for the fire, police, are these actually estimates from a company or are these what you guys think is gonna cost?
We got quotes from a company.
We went out to
But we would
bid?
still have to, work on following the procurement procedures. But
It was for budget.
Announce that, yeah.
It just seems kind of high. If they're kind of high, that's what I'm asking. I mean, are these,
But we're not gonna go like with that vendor, we still have to do that process.
that'll help 100,000 here, 50, I mean, that'll help with some of the numbers.
Okay, let's take one, we're starting with that, and then you have a question.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Yes, sir.
That very urgent to change. Can it wait for the next?
The thing with the roofs is that the tiles are falling and it can maybe cause an accident with someone walking by or standing outside. So I would say it is very important.
I think in that department, like the roof is a must. If we don't act, it's gonna happen like the Fernando Padilla. Well, we can leave with not painting right now. It's just cosmetic. It's been like that for years. I think this is my opinion, it's not a priority. And the expansion of City Hall, I think with a couple of departments being moved to the Fernando Padilla, that can wait too. What do you, Matias, what do you think? I'm just expressing my opinions. So
I agree with that.
Tadeo?
I don't, but that's fine in the majority, it's. I think will be. Some point that needs to pass.
Yeah,
It's something that I've been after for 5 years, so it's like,
but right now we.
I mean, I know, yeah, it's not an emergency, I know we're prioritizing,
Yes.
but. Yeah, will we still be having employees breathing neck to neck, you know?
Yeah. And then we go with the city administration, the city hall is wing. I think that can wait too. They can wait, especially when some people are gonna be moving, hopefully by July. Not that we're gonna get rid of you, okay? But they will give us some pretty good, okay? And
There's 200,000.
okay, see? And The right of ways is a must, because as time goes by,
Yes.
they keep going up and up and up, and then they talk to each other and says, oh, I got so much. And why are they giving you less? So time is of the essence.
What was the magic number on this capital improvement? Yeah. Monica, what was the magic number that you kind of?
I had, the magic number is 1.4 million, what I had. But right now, as I was listening to the meeting, I heard about the port,
The GSA,
the GSA that they mentioned. How much did you say?
400.
400. So ideally, just for whatever it might come or go, I think I would say 2 million. If we can do 2 million, I think that, because I know that there are things that we are missing and that we need to add. And again, like I mentioned, sometimes we are very optimistic of how much we can finish. And even sometimes we just put so much on the budget that even though that we want it to be completed, it's not gonna be completed.
But wouldn't the port thing would be one of those things that, not everything, but one of those items that we could actually get it from the reserves? But it's a one thing that's ever gonna happen with that investment. I mean, it's just, I know we don't want to do that, and I don't think we ever have done it, but I think that would warrant one of those
Right, and that was,
expenses from that money that it's sitting there.
right, and
We don't know if it's gonna happen or not, so it was 1.2, then it, or not, the port, if whatever happens or not. Then we're gonna hold up another 600K, I mean, 800 to make it 2 million. I don't know, it's just,
right, and that is one of the things I thought, the same thing that you were thinking, I thought about it because we're talking about CIP. And at the end of the what you were thinking, it crossed my mind because we're talking about capital projects, right? We can say, oh, these can be one-time expenditures, everything is a capital project. But at the end of the day, from our operational expenses, we are taking a bucket of that for CIPs. And when I'm saying let's reduce, I'm not talking about whatever goes below the red line. I'm talking about what is in the operational CIP projects that right now are taking our operational expenses. That's what I'm saying. Let's change our CIP strategy. Let's shift and council, instead of putting operational budget to CIP, let's shift it to cover CIPs. And everything that goes below in the red line, in CIPs one time, those can be covered by the one-time reserves. But right now, as it is, there are CIP projects that are taking operational revenue.
you don't have those.
Monica, we have two items, two
Yeah.
issues. We have the new employees, reclassifications, operations. And then we have CIP.
Right.
And collectively, we're short 1.4, or now it's 1.8 with the GSA.
With the GS.
So do we trim? I mean, are we to assume we would hire all the new positions? Because that's 1.4.
Right. Yes.
And then the reclassifications are $500,000.
Right, and that can be a direction of council. If you say, you know what, let's just don't do positions for this year because we are concentrating on salary adjustments and these other things, and that will be that direction. And that's a part that
But yeah, but that is not fair for the people like Francia that is doing 2 jobs and somebody that is doing 3 jobs on one. So this is where let's 5 of us are here, look at the list, and each one of you voice your opinion on what do you think it can be sacrificed.
Well, okay, for example, the downtown parking lot. Is that one of the operational CIPs that she's talking about?
that's capital projects.
So that's not one of the things we could cut or move forward to the next year, because obviously we're.
I'm thinking that you guys are gonna move it for the next fiscal year
Right.
because I gave you guys 5 core priorities.
Right.
That was not one.
So we take that off, right, then that's 1.4 of the 1.8 we're short. Right? Am I reading this wrong?
Like Barbie thing?
Yeah, the downtown parking lot, that's 1.4.
Where's the capital project?
If we're moving that one down the road because it's not needed yet.
It's not taking care of everything.
See,
Yeah. Yeah, that,
That's what I'm saying.
that can take care of that and it will be just another 400,000, but
Stop looking at my budget.
No, and the reason I bring it up because.
and that's.
Because you have-
We can,
Right.
exactly, it's just a matter that we want, your opinion is the most important input of all that you do, right? Like, we wanna make sure that.
We all agree with that. Sorry, Jenny.
Because what I wanted to add to that, Mayor, is that after you remove that one item and carry it forward to the next fiscal year. These roof estimates, after they get adjusted for repairs, I think right there, you can probably save another 200,000, because I think they're way overpriced, whoever got the bids. So right there, we're at 1.6, for 200,000 short, I mean, between staff and they know where to. I mean, we can easily remove the memorial park for the veteran. Now they'll take care of that.
We already using that money for the pool.
Mayor Councilman
Right, are we? I
If you,
didn't see it on here.
if you agree with the new positions and you agree with the classification, allow us to trim the budget.
Yeah.
I don't say.
I agree with that. I'm fine with that. And that saves the 4 clerks. I was gonna say that maybe the PD need, because, you know, I only get you 2, but if we can work that out, you get 4 clerks.
Right.
We can now, we should move that fleet building. No, that's already finished. All of the fleet building finished, they praise the man. The fleet building, the battery, you want to take it?
Yeah, especially because when they move, Parks and Rec are already taking, they already throw their hat on the ring. They're gonna be moving there for a while.
And a lot of this other stuff that the mayor mentioned earlier, like the expansion to the City Hall East Wing. I don't know who's planning to move it to where HR is planning to move out of, because again, the issue we have over here, the public works and IT space. Who's gonna go where? I mean, that's gonna solve some of these issues, but we still need to expand as we go.
Yeah,
So I mean, that,
after the property taxes.
that's a whole
Will be
different issue.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, well,
that's for the agenda, that with a local emergency. Number name who? The person claims they're having issues hiring, they're not skilled, they don't want to work, they want their own work schedule, and we pretty much are having the same issue here.
Yeah, everywhere. across
So
the
it's,
board.
it's not only here, it's everywhere.
The new, what is the generation called? The
Gen Z.
Gen Z, when you ask me to want to work, what do I gotta do? Our generation, when do I start? I mean, it's different.
Yeah,
I don't think it's probably gonna get to a police fine, but just for information, I know the calculation for the vehicles wrong, and I know Councilor Matias noted that it's actually 196,000
Right.
for the 2 Hardys and the 2 Explorers. For whatever reason, the number is wrong. Here is 137,000. I just wanna.
It's the cost of the cost.
No, that's everything. Yeah, I just don't know where the number is.
Cut it off.
Well, no, you want to make each section more, so.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that.
If you're the same, we use it for your new building.
okay, well, we agree that you. Okay.
We'll take care of it.
I mean, even on the carpet, I mean, if you guys do the other, you guys are safe on that. There's one guy.
Yes.
I do want to see what's changed though, or whether they're considering. from what we-
Oh, we'll work this week, next week. You'll get the results
Okay.
and the reorgs. If that, it's going to take a while for the reorgs, but it's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to sign, like,
Blind side.
yeah, and just remove another, like, we wanted like, now that you're giving us a goal, we will do it and then we just present.
Por ahí hubieran empezado. Tenía que estudiando la. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. Everybody, your efforts.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's been a good couple of days. I think we all together working at the level that we're working, we can accomplish a lot. To me, teamwork is very important. Communication. All the departments should be communicating. And if there's problems with city employees in your departments, you have an HR director. So everybody knowing the problem except HR. Let's go with her. Same thing with Monica.
One more element. the civic contributions and the IGAs.
We'll work on them. We're gonna have a work session. Mr. Bellis is going to be gone. He's gonna come back on the 15th. And after he's back, he's gonna be working from wherever he's at. And Jenny's gonna be in charge, but he's gonna be working. When you come back, we'll do a work session. Anything else for the good of the order? If not, do I hear a motion to?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Everybody that is in agreement signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Have a-
Thank you.